in the storms, and the crowd was soaked but chanting USA, and President Trump saying, "This is the best rally I think we've ever had." I mean, these moments in time, right? They're great, but we kind of pocket them. We kind of keep them in our hearts as we move forward because we still believe, and we the people, we still believe in God, family, country, freedom, and truth, justice in the American way.
Ladies and
We still
gentlemen,
believe in all this stuff.
we are
And I
live.
know that every day, I mean, we can't, put your heart on your sleeve like I am doing right now. Every day,
Excited
news
for
to cover, and
the
you guys see that.
Trump cabinet
Robert
meeting.
Daly will
Is
be
there
in
anything more
a little bit
exciting
later
than
as well,
this?
as President Trump will be making an announcement a bit later in the afternoon as well. So let's get back to some of that. Let's go into the news mode. But before we do, let's go to mypillow.com.
We woke up today
All right. So Merry Christmas.
to
Save
a
up
great
80%
surprise
this
today.
holiday. You see a lot of great gifts.
A
right
nice
there.
$5,000 loss
you know,
on Spotify
I
Wrapped.
got married 2 years
It's
ago,
time to
and
build back.
It's just
What a
wonderful
wonderful
having
morning we
Christmas
had, Loom.
decoration stuff. It's awesome.
What a
I'm into
what
it
a
too.
what an
Put the
exceptional
candle there and
market that
mypillow.com/RSBN. Go ahead. Go
this
there
was.
if you'd like,
Truly
and purchase some products. I mean, it really is helping
a legendary
my
market.
and helping RSBN indirectly.
And the
out,
fact
of course,
that
Mandel,
we're able to
all the
know
right
the
stuff,
information a
super
day ahead of
information,
time,
just
just that
security,
amazingness from
integrity, and
I don't know, this
now
shit
that I
was
think
so
about it,
crazy, guys.
free
Like
Tina Peters in
Drake was in the
Colorado,
lead by
free Tina
2.5
Peters
to
in
2.7
Colorado.
billion streams.
She was doing
They washed out like
thing that
1
is not
1.2 billion
worthy
last
of
year,
spending this
and they
much
washed
time
out
on
like
channel.
almost 3
I
billion
believe
this
that's now
year.
2 Thanksgivings.
That shit was crazy. What's
So
up,
we got
Logan?
free
Logan, are
Tina
you
Peters.
trading
We'll
this
see
at
how
all?
that transpires. I don't have that.
I only
power,
have one
but I have the
position
power to speak
going
about
into it. I don't know
You
if
have
I'm
the power to
cooked, but I
talk
have
about it
Maduro.
on
No,
social
I
media.
get that this is gonna like
All right, let's go to our next
center
sponsor
on
here
Venezuela
Inside Broadcasting
100%.
Network,
But
or if you'd like to donate,
truly,
you can do that
Trump
too.
weaves
RSBN
saying
to
Maduro's name
8001.
so many
Just
times.
text RSBN
I
to
just don't know
8001.
how I could not get
Go to
value in the 30s.
rsbnetwork.com
Yes, Logan is on it.
donate.
Let's fucking go. We're
Any
gonna
gift
build
you donate
back
to
from that
conservative
5K
media
loss.
goes to all of the
Um,
coverage that you guys see and all these live events
You've been
that we
watched.
have here.
Yeah, I've been watched recently in Spotify mentions. But look, guys,
Feeds from Washington. So, and
you're gonna go through losses in life, okay? This isn't even close to my worst loss ever, this 5K. You gotta take it on the chin.
Appreciate it. If you can't make it,
Was it a
happy,
good play at the
but
time?
glad to have you with.
You know,
11:37
based on the
Tuesday,
information I
December
had, I
2nd.
think it was.
Quite cloudy there in Washington.
I think it was a good
So
play,
here's the
but
run
you
of the
know,
schedule for
did I
today.
really have enough information? Do I really know
11:30,
Spotify markets?
soon,
Maybe I need to just
the
take a break from
president
them.
will hold the ninth
Um,
meeting of his second
but-
administration at the White House. Later in the afternoon, the president will make.
Yeah, I
an
lost 5K
announcement
on the
that
Drake
Trump
market.
accounts
Logan,
for the next
Drake was up
generation of
by
Americans to give them a
almost
jump
3
start
billion
on
streams,
savings.
like 2.5,
We'll have that
2.7
segment
billion
broadcast.
streams, but they
We know that
literally
the
washed out
presidents
so
of
many of them.
Rwanda and the DRC, the
to make the
Democratic
weekend
Republic of
come in
Congo,
fourth.
will be at the White House
So
later
I
this
mean,
week.
I thought
Also
a couple
known
days
as
ago
the
that this was like
Kennedy
close
Center
to a
on
lock,
Friday
but
for a
but look,
FIFA,
do you think we just
event.
took that? You think we
So,
gave
a
up
number
after
of
that?
things that we
Huh?
have
You think I
on
just
our
called it?
coverage
You think I
page,
said
a
it's
lot of
over?
news in the
It's
24/7
over.
news cycle,
I'm never coming back.
including, tracking
No.
today the
Okay,
Tennessee special
let's
election
talk about what
results
happened the rest
in
of this week.
Georgia.
Okay, we did the NFL
A
announcer
lot of
market
people getting out
yesterday.
to vote for the Common Sense Patriot
We made
Act, which was, of
25-26,
course, endorsed by the president,
2.5K
but,
there.
also, you know,
We
it's
have
great to see that out
the
there.
NFL
You
announcer
join us
market
now. I interviewed Jared
on
Kushner.
Sunday.
He's running for US
We made
Senate,
900 there.
former
So
USC
outside that 5K loss, we've
Senator
already
outside
made
of
3,500 in
Washington
other
State
mentions.
for
But
the
goddamn, if I didn't have that 5K loss, this would have been a fucking historic week.
because
But
right now
I
it's
am
really
not
that
taking
line
this
has
on the
been
chin
drawn
and are just going to be
on
like,
the
we're going to be down
are
this
you
week,
on
okay?
the
We
right
still got a
side
lot of
or
week left.
on
We
the
got a
left
lot
side,
of mentions,
right? On the
okay?
true side, on the
Um,
lying side, right? Or on
So we're going to
the
lock in. But
God
yeah, that
family
makes
country
sense,
true
Logan.
side,
I mean,
or on the Marxist, communist,
you know,
state globalist
you're going
side.
to lose them
You gotta pick.
eventually. Those
I
long
know a
tails
lot
are
of you
real
have.
tails.
And so just know that from this perspective and conservative media, we're with you guys.
All right,
We
but let's see.
simply-
What
I'd
other
rather talk
strikes
about
would I
football
like
right
here?
now. I'd rather talk about hockey. That's
Let
one
me
of
do
my
some more
favorite sports.
research.
I'd rather talk about my
Aw,
golf game,
shit,
which is
is this-
terrible. I'd rather talk about a lot of other things.
Oh, this is
But
freaking.
this is what we're faced
Wait
with
up.
right now in this world, right?
I had one thing in
So,
OneNote versus Chrome.
It's hard to look at X or
The
on
100K's
Facebook
coming
and
cycle.
see the stories out of some of the other countries
right.
out there. but
So
you know that same ideology is trying to crush this nation. So what should I do? I've worked in mainstream
shit,
media
showing.
for
Oops.
15, 18 years.
Let me put
I
the
don't
speech
even
back
remember
on.
At this point. I worked in local stations across the country, and I'm glad that the national step was in conservative media. Trust me on that one. And so to see conservative media growing the way it is right now is pretty awesome. And again, not just for people like me or people
All right,
that
let's
are on
see. Is there any
conservative media
last
TV.
minute plays I want to get
It's
in
for
here
us,
too?
all of us. This is not teleprompter reading. This is from my heart. This is the real stuff. We want to see our country saved. We want to see secure elections. We want to see the freedom continue that we have into the future.
Wait, what the
So
fuck
that's
is
pretty
this?
much what
How
we
is
do.
this?
And then we report the news that we hear about, we see, and then of course we share our op-ed, opinion editorial, just like any station, network, or newspaper does. And most of the time, I believe almost 100%, if not 100% of the time, it's the same stuff that many of you guys believe in.
Has Trump really not been
Because I've spoken
saying
with you, whether it's friends or family, they say the same
cartel that
things.
much? I'm
So instead of keeping
confused.
that secret and just, oh, I don't
Why
know
am
if
I
should say
seeing like
that
not
because
good data
you
on
know,
that?
if you work at a certain job, you can't talk about certain things. Well, guess what? I'm not in mainstream media anymore. So we get to talk about conservative media. We get to talk about God, family, country. And I
My
get
thesis
excited
on
about this,
Maduro,
right?
I'm on. I think this is going to
I
center
don't know.
on
After
Venezuela.
being around, like,
So
there's
I
been a
think
lot. I've
there's
been
going to
to
be
the
a
White
ton
House
of talk
before,
on
I've been to the
Venezuela.
Pentagon before. I've met a lot of
But
people, interviewed a lot of people across the
whether or not he's
country.
going to actually say
And I've
Maduro by
seen the
name is a
dog and
whole nother
pony
thing.
shows at all these political events.
Damn,
I've seen the
cartel
terrible
is
stuff in New
fucking
York City
interesting.
when it comes to all sorts of press conferences. And when you're able to be able to speak truth and not be concerned that, hey, I spoke about God again today, and that's not a problem. That's pretty cool stuff. It's called freedom of speech. Isn't it awesome, America? All right, let's go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Today's the
I feel
last
like
day
my
for this
data
year's
is
sale,
wrong.
by
I
the
thought
way,
he
so let's
says
get to it.
cartel so
So
much.
if you buy one
But-
ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine or mebendazole, you get another free. So if you buy 20 of them, you get 40 free. Pretty good stuff, right? So RSBN viewers, we know the importance of readiness. We don't wait for someone else to step in. We take responsibility for our health, our families, and our future. And it's simple. Just go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can place your order. A licensed
Ugh.
physician will review it.
It's
Once
copy
approved, the
today.
medication ships directly to your home, fast, private, and reliable. So this Black Friday event is lasting to today. Today's the last day for it. So if you believe in preparedness and protecting what matters, visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Let's go to Monetary Gold as we await the live feed there from the president. Every major financial disaster begins with a few simple facts that a number of
Damn,
people
I feel like
unfortunately
my
ignore.
data is
So in
wrong on cartel.
2007, if you remember, it was the overextended
Because I
credit
kind of want
that
to
was
take no
lending
cartel, but it
misplaced
just
faith
doesn't
that,
make
quote,
sense
unquote, everything
vibe-wise.
will work out. Well, today some of those same indicators are returning, and they're not theories, they're patterns. And patterns repeat when people refuse to act. So enter Monetary Gold. For more than 25 years, Monetary Gold has guided Americans through every economic storm with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. And one constant truth, that real value endures when paper confidence fades. So you can study the evidence, act on reason, give them a call, 888-617-7994, or visit rsbnforthegold.com today to learn how owning tangible gold and silver can anchor your savings before the next shock arrives. All right, 11:43. President Trump to hold that 9th cabinet meeting. We saw that great press conference yesterday with Carolyn Levitt speaking about the president's schedule. Something that we get every night here at the network. Any network receives the daily guidance.
You're
and
low on cartel, but
times
let's
for
see.
the next day. So today is the cabinet meeting, and then also we'll have that
Oh, shit,
announcement by the president
I
a bit
accidentally
later
blanked
in
my messages, so I was missing
afternoon.
these.
Robert McNeil will be in the studio
Um,
for that as we continue to cover what's going on out there in our world. All right, 11:43, Tuesday, December 2nd. Let's go to the National Guard video. If you just joined us right now, this is
National
a video
Guard
that
feels
was,
like a bond.
taken about a month ago. Early
Maybe I'm
in,
retarded.
November.
Maybe I'm
And it
stupid.
was what it was like on the streets.
I don't know. I
of
have to buy it.
Washington,
If I can
DC.
buy
We'll give
National
you
Guard
an
72,
update
I'm
on,
just.
the condition.
I'm just
Andrew
gonna do
Wolf,
it.
who's in
I don't
critical
know how he
condition
doesn't say
right now.
National Guard.
And also the family saying,
I mean,
keep him in prayer. As
all right, I'm
we
not gonna
spoke
buy it
with,
at 72,
the
whatever.
spokesperson of Representative Riley
But
Moore of West
I really
Virginia
think he
earlier
says
this morning
National
on
Guard.
text, and she said the family is asking for prayers for Andrew Wolf. And of course, we remember the great patriot, Sarah Beckstrom, as well, who died at the hands of.
Do I use Mention Matrix? No, I use a similar tool.
And carried out an
That's-
act of terror. And
I've used for a long
Washington,
time.
D.C.
It's pretty
Let's
expensive,
look
but
about a month
I haven't
prior
tried
to
Mention
about a
Matrix,
minute video.
but
It's a mic'd up video from the
how much is Mention
Alabama
Matrix?
National Guard
I'm curious.
that's there in Washington, D.C. Let's take a look.
Because I think it's cheaper, in which case I think that's like a lot better for a lot of people. But I do use a tool.
I'm out visiting the soldiers, making sure that they understand what their mission is here.
What's the
and
vibe on
providing them
Hottest?
Some sense of purpose in their mission. Good to see you. It's good to see you. How's it going? So you know this area might be one of the more hotter areas with the activity. We got the game tonight and then Halloween. Chinatown is usually an area where there's a lot more activity.
guess
so just
I
keep
would-
your head on a swivel.
I would
Don't
just
get
be careful
complacent.
ever taking no on
So
Hottest.
talk about your task and purpose. So we're here.
Like he freaking
to
used
detect
Hottest
and
at the
deter
Turkey.
crime in order to help
site.
local law enforcement keep.
Do you
DC
get why
safe.
Hottest is a
What we're
strike,
doing
James?
here
Because it may
in
seem
this
like a weird word
Army
if you don't watch a
uniform,
lot of Trump
us
speeches.
Maintaining that polite and professional attitude is very important to maintaining trust. We want the civilians to trust this uniform at all times. That's what we raised our right hand for, is to support this nation, and we want them to trust us. I definitely have a lot of respect and honor for the soldiers that are here.
Am I
here
stupid
doing
fading
this mission.
Maduro outcome?
They were all called up on a very short notice.
Can you
many of
convince
them
me
not
otherwise?
knowing, that they were being called up 3 to 4 days before this mission started. They're all here, doing a great job, great motivation, and I couldn't
Like-
be more proud of them.
Outcome. I will fully acknowledge that this speech is going to center so much
Alright, so
on
that video from the
Venezuela and
National
probably
Guard
be a
pretty
yap
recently.
fest.
We also may be able to upload a couple things that have happened in the past couple hours. We had a GOP press conference, a Pentagon press conference. We'll see if we can get that uploaded. In the meantime, coming up, of course, in 2026, the midterms, then the United States, we celebrate our 250th
I get that there's a
birthday on
million
July
ways
4th,
for it to come up.
and then the 9/11
Yeah, I'm expecting Venezuela
anniversary
too, but he
25
dodges
years,
saying Maduro by
since
name.
September 11th, 2001. Of course,
Like
we're talking
crazy.
About 2026 right now. Of course, it's going to be.
Damn,
quite
how was
the
election in the
interesting year.
60s? Like-
a lot to happen. Just
On the
what I just
Brian
said
Kilmeade
there,
show,
when it comes to the
he was
midterms, of
asked,
course,
I think
and we
twice
monitor
explicitly if he
news
would talk to
stories as they
Maduro,
happen.
and he doesn't say
Also,
Maduro.
just the other day,
So,
as you may have heard,
Look, I think it's going
the
to center on
Activision
Venezuela,
Observer, quoting some great people,
but I
from
probably
the
see it more as a 50-50 that'll
news,
actually
but,
say
also
Maduro by
great
name.
quotes.
So,
this one from George
It's
Orwell
going to be a
said,
sweat, this whole
"Further
thing, because they're going
as
to talk about
society
Venezuela a
drifts from the
million
truth, the
times
more
for
it
like
will hate
2
those
hours,
who
but
speak it. Isn't that the truth? The further a society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those.
whether
who
he
speak it.
actually says
We're
it.
seeing that, unfortunately, in some countries, even in Europe right now.
Oh my gosh, I was up so late last night, freaking
it's not
sweating the
people
Spotify market, all to just
there,
get
it's
killed.
Some that are allowing all of the woke ideologies to take over, and lack of freedoms that the people in Ireland and
I don't
UK
know, is there
have.
anything else I can
Let's
pick
look
up
at
here?
Brazil as well. I mean, Jair Bolsonaro serving 27 years in prison. What did he do?
What's
He's
probability
a
of
guy
not
that's,
happening?
supporter
This
of the
speech?
Trump administration, a supporter of
Uh,
people, and the people support him.
Says White House
somehow,
press pool, so
The other guy, Lula's
pretty sure it's
you know, just-
open.
We don't want any of that in this country. But we just had in 2020, according to Tulsi Gabbard, of course, the subversion of the will of the American people. So will there be indictments? Guys, we can only talk about it here and, see how things go as we cover conservative news. All right, so it's 12 minutes to the top of the hour. We do know that we'll be seeing the cabinet meeting momentarily. It's scheduled for 11:30. So we'll get to that as soon as we see that live feed. In the meantime,
Did tariffs
discussing
get
guidelines for both
bonded?
conservative media and citizen journalism.
Am I
to be
delayed?
Active in the court of public opinion. Of course, your voice matters. Great common sense words from conservative analyst Robert Barnes recently. But definitely those of you that may not have a network that you're at, but you have a podcast or you're on social media and you've got
Wait,
hundreds of
what the
thousands of followers,
hell?
it is what it is. We're all kind of in this thing for freedom together. Let's go to President Trump right now.
Here we go. Do you say tariff right in the beginning? That's gotta be it. Here, let me pull up the stream 1 sec.
Are you all set? Everybody ready? Nice to be with you. Welcome to the final cabinet meeting of 2025, a year that will go down as the most consequential and successful first year of any administration. They're saying that, not me. Well, I say it too, actually, but a lot of people are saying it. And a lot of that is thanks to the men and women in the cabinet. The new and improved cabinet room, I might add. We took pictures down from the vaults. We have vaults downstairs with lots of pictures that haven't been exposed to the world for, in many cases, over 100 years. We brought them up, and we're using them as they should be used. But the cabinet room looks beautiful, like it should now. The Oval Office looks beautiful, like it should. It was not. It was like the rest of the country. It was in disrepair. 1 year ago, our country was dead, and said to me by many leaders, we had a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. The hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. In 4 long years of the Biden administration, there were just $1 trillion of new investments in the United States in 10 months. We've secured commitments of over $18 trillion. So they had, in 1 year, less than $1 trillion. It's in a period of 4 years. Think of it. 4 years they had less than $1 trillion. In 10 months, we have more than $18 trillion. Is that right, Scott? It's even going to be higher than that.
It'll be higher by
and
the
going
end of
up.
it, sir.
And we're waiting for the Supreme Court case, and it's so important and so vital for this country because we're not only respected again, we're putting out wars by our trade policies, and we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and our country is wealthy again and secure again, and it's part of national security, and I hope that goes well. I think it's very important, but think of the number. We're going to be over $18 trillion in 10 months, and which is a record times probably 8 or 10 times, I think more than that, for any country. There's never been a country that's had that kind of an investment ever in history. And there's never been a country that's had half of that. It's a tremendous thing that's taking place. We have companies moving in from all over the world, from Mexico, from Canada, from Europe, from China, from Japan a lot. We just had Toyota is going to spend $10 billion, they just announced, on building new plants in this country. Our workers, they're going to be all workers, but they're spending a tremendous than any time in the history of our country. I mean, these are the facts we have to get out. And, you know, there's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about, affordability. They just say the word. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. Just say it. Affordability. I inherited the worst inflation in history. There was no affordability. Nobody could afford anything. The prices were massively high. Do you remember when we took over eggs? You did a great job on that, Madam Secretary. Agriculture, Brooke. Eggs were 4 or 5 times higher than they had ever been.
I don't think the video is going to.
They said don't order eggs for Easter at the White House, and we ended up doing it, and we got the egg prices way down, lower than what they were before. But the word affordability is a con job by the Democrats. They say affordable. I watched the other day where some very low IQ congresswoman.
The audio is more updated than the video.
About,
I don't know if I can fix it in time.
Affordability. She had no idea. Their prices were much higher. As an example, energy, gasoline, we're now at about $2.50 a gallon. We're going to be, I think, at $2 a gallon. We could even crack that at some point. I'd love to do it. And we could do it more easily if we weren't building up the strategic national reserves, which Biden emptied out before the election so that he could try and get elected, meaning he started it, then he got thrown out of the race. And she took over and she kept it going, and they emptied out these strategic national reserves, which are really meant for something else. They're not meant to keep people happy with their gasoline price. They're meant for war. They're meant for problems, big problems. He emptied it out, and then she continued it during the process of trying to get elected. Didn't work out too well for him. And they virtually brought it down to the lowest level, I believe, in history.
Damn, I should have hit election.
And it didn't have much of an impact because the prices were very high. But our prices now for energy, but for gasoline, are really low. Electricity's coming down. And when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they go on to the next subject. And everyone thinks, oh, they had lower prices. No, they had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now, some people will correct me, because they always love to correct me, even though I'm right
I know.
about everything.
Biden is a no-brainer.
But some people like to correct me, and they say 48 years. I say it's not 48 years, it's much more. But they say it's the worst inflation that we've had in 48 years. I say ever. But whether it's 48 years or ever, it's pretty bad. We had the worst inflation that we've ever had. Since last January, we've stopped inflation in its tracks. And there is still more to do. There's always more to do, but we have it down to a very good level. It's going to go down a little bit
I'm
further. You
surprised
want to
it's
have
so
a
low. It
little
really wasn't
tiny bit
said.
of inflation. Otherwise,
Maybe
that's
I'll
not
pick it
good
up
either.
as
Then
it
you have a
dips
thing
down more.
called deflation. And deflation can be worse than inflation. But we have it almost, we'll soon be at a perfect level. But we inherited the worst inflation. But we have 20 states that are now selling gasoline at less than the $2.75.
So far, I'm surprised what he's talking about. I think
I think
Q&A is
it
going to
at
center around
$2.75,
Venezuela, but he's not talking about it in
and
the
it was
open.
at $5
Just wait till it
under
gets to
Sleepy
Q&A.
Joe. Grocery prices are down with the cost of Thanksgiving turkey this year down 33%. It was
So, like,
lower than
if I could sell out of here at
33%
84,
lower
I mean,
than
I'd
under
do
the
it.
Biden administration. Egg
don't
prices are way down 86%. Thank you. And mortgage rates, despite the fact that we have an incompetent chairman of the Fed, a real dope, who should reduce rates. I saw even Jamie Dimon said he should be reducing rates. I never saw Jamie Dimon say that. I wonder why he said that. But he really said it because he's right. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn ox who probably doesn't like your president, your favorite president. But they're going to be coming down. We'll be announcing somebody probably early next year for the new chairman of the Fed. I talked to Scott about taking the job, but he doesn't want it.
Talk to Scott.
That's the greatest job here,
Yes, sir.
right? He said, "No, I want to stay chairman. I want to stay right where we are, Treasury." And I think we're doing really great, aren't we?
We're doing great, sir. It's a great team to be part of.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Under
Everybody's
my
there.
executive order to lower prescription drug prices, which I think is the single biggest
There's
thing we've
drug.
ever done that nobody writes about because you're fake news. I've made unprecedented deals along with Bobby and Oz and all of the people that work on it. A lot of people that you wouldn't even think work on it, but they do, to slash drug prices by 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%, 600%, 700%, 800%. Nobody's ever heard of it before because I instituted favored nations and no nation agreed to do it. And then I said to the nations, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to charge you 100% tariff, which is more money than we're talking about. And they said, sure, we'd love to do it. Please, we would be honored to do it. And they
Damn.
agreed that they would
This was so mispriced.
go along with the whole thing. Nobody thought you could do it because they felt, number one, you couldn't get the drug companies to do it. So we're paying, as an example, for the, let's go with the fat drug, F-A-T, for fat people. Anybody use it at the table? Don't ask. But the fat drug was $135.
It really is.
Think of that. For certain people, $1,300 for certain countries, $1,300 in New York. So in New York it was $1,300, and in London it was $135. And a friend of mine called me, he said, what is this? Why is it? He got used to paying $1,300. Well, now what we have it down to is, Bobby, what's the number? Like 150 or something? We have it down to a low number, don't we?
Try it.
Yeah, it's around 100, 125, 150.
Yeah, think of that. So we got it down from $1,300
Oh, I
to
can get the video. now.
125
Yes.
to $140,
Now the
depending
video
on
will match up.
various countries. In other words, we're paying the lowest price, tied for the lowest price in the world.
Good.
It's, people said you could never do that because you couldn't get the countries to agree to it. I did. Every country agreed to it because I said, if you're not going to agree to it, that's okay. I'm going to charge you tariffs. And as soon as I said that, they said, we agree. And then we had to be a little tough with the drug companies, but they came along. The bigger problem was the countries.
I
The
know,
countries
he's
just
like,
wouldn't go along
honestly,
with it, but
that's
they did.
bullish
Every
for
country.
calling it for
So
no
we
on
have
Fat
reduced
Shot.
drug prices by
Because is he
500,
calling it fat drug
600,
now?
700, 800, 900%, depending on the drug, depending on the company, depending on all of the different factors involved. Nobody's ever even thought of drug reductions like that, price reductions. And I told you the story that in my first term I was so proud of myself because I reduced drugs. It was the first time in 28 years that
I
drug
should be looking at
prices
this
were
more.
reduced. Was 1/4 of 1%. And I was so proud of myself. I said, it's the first time in 28 years that
What were
drug
you on for
prices
Fed
went
Chair?
down over the course of a year, over the course of a presidency. 1 year, 1/4 I had a news conference. I was so proud. Now I got them down, not 1/4 I got them down 400, 500, 600% and more. And the fake news won't write about it. And it's going to have a huge impact on healthcare because a big part of it's buying drugs, buying prescription drugs. It's going to have a huge
You were on a
positive
new Fed
impact
chair
because
before
Obamacare is a
2026?
disaster. I said it years ago and I say it now. And the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance company. Obamacare was made to make the insurance companies rich. Their stocks have gone up 1,000% in a short period of time because the money goes to the insurance company. I want the money to go to the people.
Oh.
Let all the money go to the people. And let the people go out and buy their own health care. And I see on television, people are advertising now, we will help you buy health care. We will go out and help you buy. That's becoming like an industry because of what I said. So something's going to happen. It's probably not going to be easy because the Democrats, frankly, they don't want to make a good deal for the people. They just want to make a bad deal for the country. They want to make a bad deal for the Republican Party. But the Republican Party is united, and I will say that what I would like to do is the money doesn't go, trillions of dollars get paid to drug companies.
Man, we really need like
and you still have
trillion,
lousy
5
health
plus,
care.
10 plus.
Obamacare is horrible health care. We want it to go to the people and then let the people go out and buy their own health care, and they'll do great.
Dude, this is
They'll do
nothing,
great.
as
So
Ted
we're
says, gonna keep
negotiating
talking.
that now with the Democrats.
And then he's
Well,
gonna pass it on to all the
congressional
cabinet people.
Democrats
Q&A
want
is
the
where
largest
stuff
tax
can
hike in
really
history.
hit.
I
Hopefully
proudly
he pushes
signed the
off a lot of
largest tax
questions to
cuts
his cabinet.
in American history with the Great Big Beautiful Bill. The Great Big Beautiful Bill, the biggest piece of legislation ever signed, and that includes the extension of the original Trump tax cuts. But it's the biggest tax cut ever signed, and it includes no tax on tips,
Plus 800
no
on
tax
Fed
on
market.
overtime,
Oh,
and no
on
tax
no
on
Scott
Social
Besson?
Security.
He was actually an
Nobody's
option?
ever seen anything like it.
I'm so stupid,
think of
dude.
that.
I was thinking
And in
about that when he
addition,
was talking
you
about it.
Get, if you buy a car, this is great for our car industry because we have a lot of car plants.
Oh my
We're
God.
bringing back the automobile business. 60% of it was stolen because we had incompetent presidents or incompetent trade people.
Logan, did you just
But
fast
60%
click
of
not
it was
Scott?
stolen over the years, and now we're bringing. I think we're bringing it
that
all
it?
back. I think we'll
Or
be
am I...
bigger than we've ever been in the auto business. That's not even to mention AI, where we're leading China. You know, we're leading China by a lot. They're not going to catch us. We have to be smart, but if we're smart, they're not going to be able to catch us. They know that. They told me that. Next year is projected to be the largest tax refund season ever, and we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars, and we're going to be giving
Trillions
a
of
nice dividend to the people in addition to reducing debt. We, as you know, I inherited a lot of debt, but it's peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people, and additionally, we're going to be able to reduce debt. And as time goes by over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe that at some
that what
point
you
in the
traded,
not too
Logan? Did you
distant
just
future, you won't even
fast
have
click no on
income
imperfect
tax to
share?
pay. Because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous, that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion in costly job-killing regulations, saving Americans an estimated $2,100 for a family of 4. The Biden administration was the exact opposite, but times 4. They went up $6,000. We
Yeah,
went
there's
down
definitely gotta be a Q&A,
$2,100.
I
Think of
think.
that. To
I'd
bring
be
down
shocked if there's
energy,
not. There's,
electricity,
always.
and utility prices, I ended the Green New scam. They call it the Green New scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country. They talked about global warming and all that crap, and what they've done to this country. What they've done by allowing 25 million people into our country, many of whom are criminals, many of whom 11,888 are murderers, and we have to get them out, and we're doing it.
He
We're
hasn't
doing
said
it. I think
terrorist. Wow.
what the job that our law enforcement groups are doing, Christy, you and Tom and everybody, amazing. What you're doing is amazing. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate, and look, some people that make electric cars weren't happy with that. But we have to do that because you have to have a choice, whether it's a gasoline-powered car, and we have so much gasoline. You
Ooh,
know,
this
China
could be
doesn't have
Elon.
gasoline. We do. And whether it's a hybrid, which really are
think so.
working really well, the combination of electric and gasoline-driven. But we, everybody was supposed to, by 2030, everybody had to own an electric car under the Biden stupidity. And not everybody wants to do that. I like electric cars. I like all cars. They're all good. They all have reasons. But you want to be able to go and buy what you want. I oppose historic tariffs that are now bringing in so much money that nobody's ever seen anything like it. And countries that were ripping us off, including allies, but they were ripping us off for years. I won't use the names. I won't mention Japan. I refuse to mention South Korea. I will not mention names.
Man, he's funny.
But they were ripping us off like nobody's ever been ripped off before, and taking horrible advantage of your country. But now we're making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money because
Making
of the
a lot
tariffs
of
that are
money.
pouring in.
Let's go.
And it's really national security. Among everything else, it's national security. We've also rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history. I believe we had the worst border ever in history. I don't care if you had a fourth world country. You know, we allow third world country in. We would allow fourth world countries in also. It doesn't matter. There was never a border that was as bad as our border. We allowed anybody in with no checks, no vetting. So we've rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history into the strongest border in the history of our country, and probably one of the strongest borders in the history of the world, because we have nobody coming through. And I want to thank our people. The Border Patrol is so amazing, ICE, and I want to thank the military for the backup, because they're standing right behind them, and that was really nasty for a period of months, and now it's no longer nasty. Now they don't even come up. Nobody comes up. It's an easy job. It made your job a lot easier because they know they're not going to get through. And we take people in, but they have to come in legally. For 6 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. You believe that? Zero. We had millions of people coming in a year, millions. Now we have 0 for 6 months, and these are given by radical left people.
Radical
that
left.
do the numbers. I mean, they're not doing many favors.
No strike for radical
They're
left.
being, we don't have our net numbers are unbelievable. But we had 0 people in the last 6 months.
Not one person.
Illegal
0.
border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded. And nobody talks about that anymore. You know, it's crazy. They don't talk about it. You think they'd say, well, Trump's done a great job in the border. This country is being destroyed by the border. But you always find something new, like, is he in good health? Biden was great, but is Trump in good health? I sit here, I do 4 news conferences a day. I ask questions from very intelligent lunatics, you people. And I give the right answers. There's never a scandal. There's never a problem. I give you answers that solve your little problems. You go back, and you can't find anything, but you do stories about Biden was in wonderful health. The guy didn't do a news conference for 8 months. If I go one day, I had one day where I didn't do a news conference, there's something wrong with the president. You people are crazy. I'll let you know when there's something wrong. There will be someday. That's going to happen to all of us. But right now, I think I'm sharper than I was 25 years ago. But who the hell knows? By the way, I took my physical. I got all A's, everything.
All A's.
But they said to me, would you like to take a cognitive test? I said, is it hard? They said, yes. I said, well, I'm a very smart person. Who was the last president to take one? No president has ever agreed to take one. Because when you get into the mid-questions, meaning, 10, question number 10, 11, 12, 28, 30,
I
they
love
get
these
harder
questions.
and harder. And they said, would you like to do it? I said, well, no reason to do it. Nobody's ever done it. I'll do it maybe, but there's really no
Let's see what
reason.
people are saying in the
He said,
Discord.
sir, the problem is this is Walter Reed Hospital. And that's a military hospital. And that means that things are, sort of open. It's not like private where you have, if you do poorly, we'll have to, probably you'll find out. I said, I won't do poorly. I'm a smart person, not a stupid person. And as the doctor will tell you, I aced it. Right, Susie? I aced. I got every question right. And these are tough questions. These are questions that I would say 99% of the people that I'm talking to right now, meaning the people from the fake news, would not do well in those exams. But I'm the only one that took it. I got every single question right. And then I read in the New York
Probably,
Times,
guys.
is Trump
I
sharp?
know.
Trump is sharp. But they're not sharp. That's why they're going out of business, the New York Times. I hear that they're losing so much money, it's ridiculous. They're a bunch of fakers. But we have, we can never let another thing happen like what happened to us with a fake election, with a rigged election, where a guy like Joe Biden assumes the presidency. Because the man was grossly incompetent. And he was incompetent 30 years ago. But he was really incompetent for those last few years. And our country was put at great danger because of it. So for 6 months in a row, we had 0 people. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever.
Hey,
Think
I was
of that.
first one there, and then 45
the
kids.
net benefit to our country is enormous, incalculable. America is strong and respected again. On the world stage, we're really respected. In fact, I went to a NATO and they were calling me the president of Europe. We're doing very well. We have a lot of respect. As you know, we have a problem with the war that our people are trying to settle now with Russia and Ukraine. We are not involved in the war monetarily anymore. Biden gave away $350 billion like it was candy. That's a massive amount of money. And much of it in cash, a lot of it in equipment. I don't give away anything. We sell the equipment to NATO. The European nations pay us for the equipment, 100% price. And then they bring it to Ukraine or whatever they do with it. But we're trying to get that settled. I've settled 8 wars. This would be the 9th.
Yes, Rex.
And our people are over in Russia right now to see if we can get it settled. Not an easy situation. Let me tell you what a mess. It's a war that never would have happened if I were president. Not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. We've renamed the Department of Defense the Department of War, and I thought that would be controversial. And frankly, I tell you what, I haven't met one person. There's not one person I've met that doesn't like it. Think of it. We won World War I, World War II, everything in between, everything before it.
Man, dude, he is
And then we
yapping.
said, let's change the name. So we changed it back to what it was, Department of War, and Pete's
This
doing a
is
great
a
job.
yap fest.
We ended 8 wars. Think of that. 8 wars. But we're going to do one more, I think. I hope. Every time I end a war, they say, if President Trump ends that war, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. So I end that war. Well, he won't get it for that war, but if he ever gets it for the next war, now they're saying, if he ever ends the war with Russia and Ukraine, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. What about the other 8 wars? India, Pakistan. Think of all the wars I ended. I should get the Nobel Prize for every war, but I don't want it. I don't want to be
Economy No
greedy.
is on sale.
Actually, the woman who got the Nobel Prize said, "You've got to be kidding. Trump deserves the Nobel Prize." So that was very
Probably
nice
would've,
of her. I
yeah.
appreciate
Would've been
it.
a good strike to
Which
pick
is
up
true,
earlier.
actually. But I don't care about that. You know what I care about? I care
I
about
feel like
death.
he uses so much
I
different
care about all
language
the
than
people that are
economy
dying.
sometimes.
And last month, 27,000 young people died, mostly young people, mostly soldiers, despite some missiles being shot into Kiev and
How
other
is my-
places.
okay.
But think of it, mostly young people. 27,000 people died between Russia and Ukraine last month. What a shame. So we're restoring law and order to our cities and towns. If you look at what's happened, and I want to pay my deepest respects to those two incredible people from the National Guard in West
National
Virginia
Guard.
they came from. I spoke to their parents. Sarah is gone.
I should have hit National
Passed
Guard.
away. She's
Remark
looking
that.
down on us now.
Man,
she
this is
loves
such
her
a yes
parents,
fest. I
and
should
they
have
loved
hit
her.
on a yeses.
They were. Somebody said, "How are they doing?" I said, "The word is devastated."
Yeah, there's gonna be a Q&A too.
Doing. How are they going to do? They're devastated. The rest of their lives, they're going to be devastated. She was an incredible person, highly respected, top of her class, everything. She was like a perfect human being. 20 years old, just started. She was like a baby. She was so proud. They were giving her a promotion, and she told the parents that she was getting a promotion, and they were so proud of her. Then they get a call that this happened. And we have one young man who's fighting for his life. He's fighting very hard. I think he's probably doing better than anybody. And they said he didn't have a chance. I'll tell you, the one who said he's going to live is his mother. He spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to live. I spoke to her very soon after this horrible event took place with this scum that is able to come into our country. I spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to be okay. I'm telling you. No doctor thought that. Nobody thought that. He was hitting bad places, and she was like so positive. It was incredible. And it's possibly right, Pam, right? Possibly right. Boy, it would be amazing. If he lives, it would be amazing. A miracle, actually. But we're very proud of those two people. We're very proud of the National Guard. We're very proud of our military and our police and our firemen and women.
What is so still no
If
terrorists?
you go back
That's crazy.
and take a look a year ago, year and a
I'm
half ago.
shocked.
you
Is
know,
that
it
more of
changed,
a
I think
Caroline
on November
Levitt
5th, the day of the election.
word?
But you
But
go
she
back
was
before
using
that, you couldn't get
nonstop.
people to join the military, Pete, right? They didn't want anything to do with military. They wanted nothing to
Narco-terrorists
do
would
with
count
joining
for
the
this,
police
right?
or the fire. They wanted nothing to do with anything. They had no spirit. The country it had no spirit, nothing. And
think
now we just
Hegseth
had the highest
instead of
recruitment in history.
Venezuela.
And we're getting great people. We're getting great people. And I will say, despite what just happened, Washington, D.C. has become a really safe place. And I guess this lunatic probably was upset that the National Guard is so effective, because we were really, really effective, and we are. And Washington, D.C. is now considered a very, very safe city. We had crime numbers a year ago that was so bad, embarrassment that the city, the capital of this country,
Man.
could have numbers
Yap
like that. And
fest.
Washington now is,
30
no
minutes in,
murders,
by the
no
way.
this. It's been a miracle. Also, what happened here, and now we're in Memphis, and we're going to New Orleans pretty soon. Over there, the governor called me. He'd like to have us go there. Governor Landry, great guy, great governor. He's asked for help in New Orleans, and we're going to go there in a couple of weeks. And we're doing a real job. Even Chicago's down a little bit because we have a minor force there. We could knock it down within 4 or 5 weeks. We could bring it down to almost nothing. But we have a governor that's grossly incompetent, and we have a mayor that's even more incompetent than the governor. He's a very low IQ person. And typically low IQ people don't make good mayors.
Isn't low IQ usually on the weekly?
So I want to thank all of our cabinet members. They're high IQ. Let me see one.
I thought low IQ was
Generally
normally a strike.
speaking,
It was just last week.
couple I'm a little concerned about. No, but I want to thank, we have a great cabinet, an amazing cabinet, amazing people. All of them, sort of have become stars. We're getting credit for the good cabinet, actually.
I know, it's a fun strike.
And I
like
just
low
want to
IQ.
wish everybody a great holiday. We've I think, done a great job with the White House, bringing the White House back. You see the Palm Court that was redone. The Lincoln bedroom was redone. The Lincoln bathroom is now gorgeous, like it should have been. It was terrible green tile that was never the way it was supposed to be. It was done in the 1940s, actually, but it was not proper. And we're restoring the White House
Nice.
just like
IQ
we're
was a
restoring the
strike
country, and
contingency.
people are thrilled. But the First Lady's done a beautiful job with the Christmas trees and all the decorations. I see the wreaths on the windows. I've never seen that before, on the windows of the White House. And you know, it's 4 stories high. I said, how did they get that wreath? They had people going up in a little dangerous. I wouldn't want to do it. But they put them up, and we have wonderful people working in the White House, and they're really proud to bring the building back. Because this building was a little bit like the country. It was mishandled, it was mistreated, and now it's being given love. And we're building one of the great, I think, maybe the greatest ballroom. We needed it for 150 years. They've been asking. You see the trucks and cranes and excavators in the background, and you hear them, and every time I hear them, I love the sound. To me, I love the sound. I wouldn't say my wife is thrilled. She hears pile drivers in the background all day, all night. They go till 12 o'clock in the evening, day, night, pile drivers. Darling, could you turn off the pile drivers? Sorry, darling, that's progress. But no, we're doing.
He's never
great.
gonna
It's
stop
be
Kaizen.
I think it's going to be the finest ballroom ever built, and we're going to have it here. They've wanted it for 150 years. Think of that. So I will just end by saying I want to thank the cabinet. It's been a great cabinet. Let's think of it. Time flies, but this is our last of the year, as I said.
Wrap it up, Trump.
I just think
Don't
you've
let
done
him
a
cook,
fantastic
Raxon.
job.
What are you
and
on?
We're going to go around the room.
What are
We'll
you
go
holding?
quickly, but we're going to go around the room, and we'll start with Pete, and you'll tell us about some of the achievements. And some of you have achievements that are so big, I don't want you to go through the whole thing because we don't have time. But we'll start with Pete, and then if you
Let's
want,
go,
we'll take
Pete.
some questions at the end. Please, Pete.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you said,
Q&A
it has been
confirmed, by
a
the way.
historic year at the Department of War. Recruiting and retention over this year are at the most historic levels our country has ever seen.
I'll gladly sell out.
When I had a chance to be on a aircraft carrier destroyer over Thanksgiving, the spirit
89.
in our ranks since the election under President Trump is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it as a soldier myself in uniform.
Unprecedented.
And I know a lot of you feel the same way. We've ripped out the DEI and the political correctness. It's all merit-based at the department. We're getting back to basics: accountability, training, readiness,
Getting back to
lethality,
basics.
and that's reviving that spirit.
Lethality.
And Mr. President, we're rebuilding the military, historic investments. I just took briefings on the Golden Dome and F-47, next generation capabilities that are going to make sure that for generations to come, America has the
Golden
most powerful,
Dome's
most
happening.
capable, most lethal military
He's
in
probably
the
4
world,
in,
which you have
Braxton.
rebuilt once and we're rebuilding again.
He'll wait.
And then we're
wait till
reestablishing
Trump's
deterrence and
announcement
credibility.
later. He'll be at like
If you
8.
look at what happened, we deal with every day the outcome of
Holy
what happened in
shit,
Afghanistan,
dude,
the
someone's
debacle
trying to
under Joe
bond.
Biden. We just dealt with it in the streets of Washington, D.C. with those 2 National Guardsmen. And then what happened on October 7th with Hamas, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never would have started under President Trump. We're having to rebuild that. So whether it's freedom of navigation and taking the fight to the Houthis, whether it's Midnight Hammer, those beautiful B-2s going 37 hours back and
wonder
forth,
who this is.
undetected, delivering
I
with
feel like that's
precision,
Moonlight at
and
20.
Iran not getting nuclear capabilities, Europe and NATO stepping up to 5%, locking down our southwest border. It's been an honor to work with Christy and Tom and everyone else down there to lock it to 0, operational control of our border. And then it's getting after and going after narco-terrorists and designated terrorist organizations in our own hemisphere. As I've said,
Yeah,
I'll say
terrorists
again,
is
we've
getting
only
mighty
just
cheap.
begun striking narco boats.
No, there's no
and
Pete
putting
strikes.
narco terrorists at the bottom of the ocean because they've been poisoning the American people. And Joe Biden tried to approach it with kid gloves and allowed them to come across the border. Cartels take over community, 20 million people, hundreds of thousands of Americans poisoned. And President Trump said, no, we're taking the gloves off. We're taking the fight to these designated terror organizations. And that's exactly what we're doing. So we're stopping the drugs, we're striking the boats, we're defeating narco terrorists, and we're standing.
And Peter, you may say one thing, that drugs coming in through the sea by sea are down 91%.
91%.
And I don't know who the 9% is,
I'm not sure either, sir, because
but down 91% by sea.
we've had a bit of a pause because it's hard to find boats to strike right now. Which is the entire point right? Deterrence has to matter, not arrest and hand over and then do it again, the
they
rinse and
really ever
repeat
say
approach of previous
cocaine?
administrations. This is meant to get after that approach. And I will just end by saying, as President Trump always has our back, we always have the back of our commanders who are making decisions in difficult situations, and we do in this case and all these strikes. They're making judgment calls and ensuring that they defend the American people. They've done the right things. We'll keep doing that, and we have their backs, Mr. President.
Good job. Thank you very much.
Good job.
Howard?
Good
So
job, Pete.
we set
not
out
gonna
to
fire
stop
you.
the ripoff of the United States of America. This is about global change of trade. We've been ripped off since 1945 when we set this policy. So we set out, and together with my partners, Jameson Greer and Scott Bessent, we set out to change that. So we started, the first one was the UK deal, right? We asymmetric. They pay us 10%, and we
Asymmetric.
get charged nothing. That allows us to export, and that began the process. Then we did the biggest, the European Union, 450 million people, $20 trillion economy. They completely opened their borders to us, and we charge them 15%. That makes America $100 billion a year and turns it back to where our economy is the best. And so it proved that President Trump's trade agenda was the right trade agenda. Then we go to Japan and Korea. They offer us
Look at this
$750
order book,
billion
man.
in cash to build in America at the president's
God.
direction. And we're going to start as an example, nuclear, right? We need to have a nuclear arsenal in America of power, the generation of power. So we're going to build hundreds of billions of dollars, financed by the Japanese and the Koreans, meaning they give us the money, we build it here, and we split the cash flow 50-50. We're going to build ships,
Someone's
$150
going big
billion
on
worth
Maduro.
of ships in America that changes the way things work, right? After those trade deals, then you go to how are we going to reshore, right? Let's start talking about the auto industry, right? We've been competed against by Koreans, the Japanese, the Europeans. We're kicking our tail. President Trump changed it. 25% tariffs, bring it all home. This year, General Motors stock up 40%. Ford up 34%. And on the same day that we announced we had set all the tariffs, Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, called and said, I can't believe I'm calling a Republican Secretary of Commerce to tell the president that this is the greatest administration for auto workers in America. Stocks up and auto workers up. That proves that President Trump understands how to take care of the whole ecosystem, both the companies and, more importantly, the people who work there. Semiconductors, right? We didn't build any. The Biden CHIPS Act was a $60 billion giveaway, right? We've now turned that. $300 billion is committed to America. That's going to go up to $750 billion in the next 60 days, right? And then you go to pharmaceuticals, right? $250 billion being invested in America, and then working together with Bobby Kennedy, right? Pounding away on that MFN, working together as a joint team. They're coming to over $250 billion and cutting prices in half. We did the golden share of U.S. Steel to make sure the Mon Valley is protected. Intel gave us 10% of the company, make tens of billions of dollars, right? And the last thing I will say is a year ago today, I was working on transition with President Trump, right? To build the greatest cabinet ever for the greatest president ever. And I, as I sit here today, I can't be more proud of how you did it, sir. You've created the greatest cabinet. It is a joy to be at this table.
You know, one thing we will mention, so they came to see me from Intel, and they had a problem. I said, look, we'll fix your problem, but I think the United States is entitled to 10% of your company. And the chairman looked at me and he goes, you have a deal. Tell me, how much money have we made since I made that deal?
It's only $40 billion.
40 billion. We made $40 billion. That was, what, 3 months ago? Does anybody write about it? Nobody writes about it. That's okay. Mr. Secretary, how we doing with transportation?
Well, Mr. President, so just quickly on aviation, many of you heard that we have an infrastructure made of copper. We have to transition to fiber. The last administration said it was going to take more than 10 years to complete the transition from copper to fiber. They had no plan to actually do it. We have already completed a third of this transition from copper to fiber.
Wow.
It's going to take longer for us
This
to go
Maduro
from analog
order
to
book.
digital. By
No,
the
he
way, the
for
rest of the
sure
world
will ask
transitioned
about
20 years ago from
Venezuela.
analog to
It's
digital.
gonna
We are just
happen.
gonna
I'm
do
not
the
stupid.
FAA,
And I didn't even
right
expect
now,
him
but
to
we're
say it in
buying
prepared
new
remarks.
radios.
I mean, it's good that he
We're
didn't.
going to buy.
It's just a matter of if he
new
addresses
radar.
Maduro
by
by
the way, those
name.
radar are going to be made in America, Mr. President. This will all be this phase of the
What
operation
price
will be
that
completed
terrorist?
by the
It looks
time you leave office. It's 3 years.
pretty,
I do need another $20 billion, Congress,
illiquid.
to start the second phase, which is really important, and we'll try to get that done also in that 3-year time period. But we
I
need
would
the
buy
money,
it at like.
critically important. With regard to
Let's see
commercial
if I can
driver's
get
license, I
tariffs
think
at
we've covered a
25.
lot the crashes that have taken place around the country.
See if people
And
dump into me.
What we found is there have been states that have issued commercial driver's license to foreigners, and they've gone through sham schools, and they're not safe on American roadways. And so, in partnership with Secretary Noem, we have driven those numbers down. We got California, Gavin Newsom, to revoke 17,000 unlawfully issued licenses. We've closed down half of the fake schools that give out these fake licenses, all critically important. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota gave 33% of these licenses unlawfully. People that should never have a driver's license driving a big rig on American roads, endangering the American people, shameful. We've cleaned
Shameful.
up Union Station here in DC per your directive. We're going to rebuild Penn Station in New York. We're going to break ground at the end of 2027.
Did you market buy it outcome?
Get that project operational. And, Mr. President, a lot of us, I fly commercially, I fly back by the bathrooms. I don't know why that happens. They put me in the back. But, we've asked Americans to bring their better selves, to bring civility back to travel, to say, listen, let's say please and thank you. And if you have someone's pregnant on your flight and you're as strong as Pete is, well, pick up the bag and help her put it in the overhead bin. Let's be nice to each other.
Put it
is
in the
what we've asked.
overhead bin,
Maybe
guys.
not wear pajamas or
Oh shit! I
slippers
got
on the
terrorist
airplane.
bills.
And I think it's been
Yo.
received fairly well, and I think we can all have a better
Let's
travel
go.
experience when we do that. And just the last one I'll
real
make is
life?
there was a big football game where
What
the
the
Merchant Marine
hell?
Academy that falls under DOT actually beat the Coast Guard
W.
with
Phil
Christy
on
Nolan.
terrorist
We beat 'em by 1
terrorism
point,
at
and so we're very
25
proud of
cents
that.
before
And,
Q&A
so
even
well done, Kings Pointers.
So a little bit in a nutshell, we're rebuilding the air traffic control.
I have no idea what happened with the turkey
Under
man.
boot edge. It's supposed to be boot edge. Who's another
Such a funny
grossly
guy.
incompetent person? You'd get in his bicycle, ride to work. And
You sold at
he was
50?
just terrible. What they do is they take the fiber optics
guess
and
I
they
could
take
try to sell
fiber
it at
trying to
50.
hook it into
Let's see.
copper. And fiber and copper don't mix. You can't
Let's see
do
if
it.
I can
But
sell
people
out
knew
at,
that for the last 30 years since they started doing the fiber. And
I'd
they
probably rather
spent
just take
billions
the
of
EV, but
dollars,
let's
and
see. Let
it
me
didn't
adjust
work.
this
And you
to
saw that by the
16.
helicopter crash. You saw that by into the plane. You saw that by a lot of things. So we're doing a brand new air traffic control system, and it's going to be the best.
I don't wanna get
and
filled
it's going
by
to be from
adverse
top to
selection.
bottom, and we have
So I'm not
the
gonna
3 top
leave
companies
that up.
in the world bidding on it.
I would
It's
just
going to be
take
one
the
bid,
EV.
and we're going to have one company responsible, and it'll be the best system. And it's going to make this. Look, our skies are safe. Otherwise, we wouldn't let people fly. But we're going to have the safest skies. We're going to have the best system anywhere in the world. We're also
The best
going to
system
rebuild
anywhere
Dulles
in the
Airport
world.
because it's not a good airport.
You bought
It
Maduro
should be a great
26 sold
airport, and it's not a
76.
good airport at
That
all.
is
It's a terrible
stonks right
airport.
there.
It
Respect.
was incorrectly designed with a good building. Actually, it's got a beautiful terminal. Saarinen was the architect, one of the greatest architects in the world at the time, a great architect. And so they have a great building and a bad airport. But we're going to turn that around, and we're going to make Dulles Airport serving
What happened to the
Washington,
no
and
Maduro
Virginia,
people?
Maryland, etc. We're going to make that into something really spectacular. We have an amazing plan for it, and other things. But you're doing a really good job. I appreciate it.
The people movers of Dulles, we had a crash recently. So we're going to announce that later today. A request for bids on this, but again, it's a not a great airport, which we can make great in this administration, Mr. President.
We have a design that's amazing for Dulles. It's going to take Dulles and make it a really bad. It was a badly designed airport. We're going to make
bad.
it into as good as there is in
Wow.
the country. It'll be
Terrorist
exciting.
terrorism down.
Okay, please.
Well,
Well, Mr. President, it's good to be here at this meeting because in 1 year you can look around the table and see the change. And I think one of the biggest changes is how this cabinet works together. And I want to start there. This has often been said, I found out some things this year that I didn't know, that the Department of what was Defense, now Department of War, and the Veterans Department had never really communicated. Now, we're fraternal twins, in a way. Pete and I are. He lives better, I'm better looking. But in the looking at this, I mean, he brings them in. He keeps them for a number of years, up to 20 or longer, and then they come in to what the country is committed to our veterans. And if you don't have both ends working correctly, then recruitment lags, morale lags.
I guess I'll buy this at 25. I think there's still value.
I didn't need to change our name, but I did do
Without
one thing.
Q&A having
I put the
happened?
veteran back
I'd like
first
that
into VA.
live.
And we did that in 1 year. How did we do that? We started taking things that have been neglected for a long time and put them back. We had a backlog in which we've dropped over 160,000. We're not talking year-to-year change at the VA. We're talking 5, 6
I know,
years. We have to go back
Bunchu
5 to
Betts
6
is
years
big on the
prior
Penn State
COVID
market.
numbers to see the change of backlogs that are now reduced. We do it in 6 months instead of the long time it took. In fact, it grew under the Biden administration. It shrank over 160,000 under us. Champ VA, which is a program we have, it's basically been back to day. It was at a terrible state, which delays and claims and everything's going on. We got that back. We're doing things like taking a new look. I have one question that I ask when I go to my hospitals, which by the way, over 170 hospitals, 1,200 clinics, and I ask the people one thing, Mr. President. I said, what are you doing right now that if you were just honest and I wasn't standing here, you say, this is stupid?
Let's see, maybe I can get more
It's
terrorists.
been amazing what we've gotten, and the feedback that we've had. We've been able to change how we do credentialing, how we do privileging, how we do hiring. We're all working through that, and it has all made a difference for our veterans as we go forward. CNP exams for veterans out there listening.
Yeah, I guess it
if
could
this
be
is the one
shorter.
where
It's just
disability
like, I'll
claims
take
will say,
terrorist
We'll send you to a
terrorism
doctor
at
to make
20.
sure.
If there's
Most
a
of the
Q&A
time we have
coming
that
up.
already in the
I
record.
don't know.
We're working now where those could actually be changed, where we just look at the
I like it
record
at
and not have to
25.
send them to the doctor. That's almost a $3 billion savings that we could let, and also not taking what the veterans get. We're also getting ready to announce here pretty soon a reorganization that's going to bring our hospital system organizationally in line with the 21st century. We are the largest healthcare organization. It's about time we acted like it, Mr. President. You gave that leadership, and we're going to do it. And also one thing, community care contracts getting ready to go out. It's one of the largest contracts in the federal government, but it does exactly what you and I have talked about before, making sure that our veterans can get care in the system or in the community, wherever they want it. We're getting ready for that. Now, I have one thing for all the press who really enjoyed the first of the year, saying, oh, you know, they're going to cut all these jobs, 80,000 this, 80,000 that at the VA. Mr. President, every success that I just gave you came after the fact, or pretty much after the fact, that we had 30,000 take early retirement. Early retirement, no risk, although you reported it as loss and risk, you can't help yourself. 30,000 took the retirement. Every bit of the success that I just told you about came with a reduced workforce. It was a motivated workforce that said, how can we take care of veterans? That's what this cabinet does. That's what we're doing for you, Mr. President.
And you've got the highest approval rating we've ever had at the VA.
Highest
so
approval rating.
That tells you something. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Jameson, please.
There's been some activity on trade this year. You know, for about 75 years, we had a system, global trading system, that was premised on the United States having totally open borders, right? Not just on immigration, but on goods and services, and everyone else generally kept higher tariffs, higher non-tariff barriers, etc. Obviously, the outcome was we had a huge trade deficit.
He's going to be
You took
pulling
it
this
head
close.
on.
Like,
You
he's
gave
got
all
this,
of
then
us
we
a
go
work
right
on
into
file,
the
lot of
announcement
leverage.
at 2.
So we spent the past, 10 months or whatever we've been doing now, just going around the world and flipping the script. So now we're in a situation where
What do
we've
you mean?
protected our
What is the
industries.
deal with
we
that?
have the tariffs, and the other countries have decided to take their tariffs down and non-tariff barriers. And we've done it in a very constructive way. We've achieved agreements on reciprocal trade, which are a new kind of trade agreement that's really focused on making sure we have balanced trade, we have reciprocal trade, that we're treating each other fairly. And it's been embraced by the international community.
Does he say
It's going to be
thug?
exciting to see what it's like 5 years, 10 years
see.
from now, because you've changed it. And that's how it's going to be now. And I think you should be commended for it. And
He does
we look forward to
occasionally.
seeing
I
what
mean,
comes in the next few years.
not a ton of times, but I guess like in terms of Venezuela, they expect
He's
it.
doing a great job. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last time I was here, I said that the amount of dereg that we had for regulatory was 30 to 1. Since then, it's up to 48-1. Your goal had been 10-1, which was in excess of 6-1 in the first term. It's actually much higher than that, but I made my team redo the threshold a little bit because it sounded so unbelievable. But the amount of work that's being done with this entire team is astronomical. And another
Wait, I want to
detail in
see.
that
Can
is
I
that
see
when we
who got
propose a
the
rule, some of the
Maduro
biggest ones that
orders?
you care the most about don't go into that count until they are finalized. So next year's we should be even more eye-popping. One of those to talk about is the federal.
How would you be on
acquisitions,
no National
regulations,
Guard?
which
Who
you
are these
gave us
people
a
in
charge
ideas
6 months
section?
ago to dramatically reduce. In 6 months, we've lowered it by 25%, 500 pages, 2,700 mandates, which is a third of the mandates. That's going to lead to savings, competition, and speed. So probably $40 billion for the agencies and savings over the course
Wow,
of 10
economy
years.
is holding pretty resilient.
When we get up and running, it'll be north of between 200 and 400 billion dollars. Competition, about 45% of government bids only have one bidder. So you got no competition in that situation. That will now change, and then we're just getting faster, months, and hopefully we turn it into years, which means you all around this table can buy things that you need quickly, and that you have better vendors to come, many of them small businesses who want to participate in the federal procurement process. So making all
I didn't
sorts
hear
of
Doug.
improvements on that.
Yeah,
front
that's
is very
my
exciting. Thank you, Mr. President.
thoughts,
Agree to
stock
the
God.
regulations.
That's
We're
why
cutting them
I picked up
levels
cheap
never seen before. And I
terrorists
have the
yes
record
shares.
from the first 4 years, but we're blowing that record away, so it's been really great. Good. Scott?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Great to be with everyone.
What do you mean it just resolved?
And you know,
with,
when you were giving your report, which was fantastic, and I listened to the report of all my colleagues.
Oh well, this is
here,
the weekly.
And those
It's
of
not
what
for
kind of
this mention.
reminds me when I played in the NFL, we had this thing called game film.
He probably did
You
a
know all about
Truth Social
film.
post.
And we had a saying that said, the film don't lie. The film tells a real story. And I hope that the American people, when they watch the film that's going on now in this time in our
You just
history,
scared me, even though I don't
they
have
will
any
see
shares.
that America is greater today than it ever has been. And so I thank you for that. And thank you for giving us good stories that we can tell for the American people.
Scott, we're saving our country.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I don't want to be braggadocious. We're saving our country. Our country was going down and would never have been able to come back. We're saving all of us, but we're saving our country. All right, go ahead, Liz.
So at Housing and Urban Development, in keeping with your executive order, sir, in making America's streets safe and beautiful again, we've been very intentional about making public housing in our country safe.
Braggadocious hit in the weekly?
And I want people to
No
know, our
way.
colleagues know this, but people in America know that we actually care about people that live in public housing around our country. A lot of public housing is wrought with crime, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, illicit drugs, illegal aliens living in public housing, but we've put them on notice to let you know that it's not lost
they've
on
been
us.
put on
we care about the
notice.
people. We're paying attention to it, and we're going to root out crime in public housing. We've been very focused on working with the Memphis Safe Task Force, the DC Safe and Beautiful Task Force, working with Pam and Chrissy and others, and law enforcement. Our law enforcement is tremendous.
You must have said thug
Every
a while
single
ago,
night
yeah,
they go
especially if
out
it's already resolved.
and they go to public housing to make sure that our people are safe. Mothers and children are safe. And so at HUD, you know, it's a different day. We're running new plays. The film was real bad when I came in, I'm going to be honest. But we are giving the people that live in public housing the assurance that they will be safe. And we also announced a new crime hotline, sir, that people that live in public housing, if they see criminal activity, if they see illegals living there, if they see drug trafficking, if you see it, if you hear it, report it. Don't be afraid. And so work with our Office of Inspector General. We've set up this crime hotline, and also working with Chrissy and Department of Homeland Security, making sure that everyone that lives inside of public housing is accounted for and that they are American people.
One
So I
big,
say that
beautiful
and I
bill in the
emphasize
announcement,
that
the
to know
savings
that
account
we
originating that bill.
prioritize American people and American people only.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea,
Lastly,
actually.
sir, in Atlantic City, we
one
took
big,
over
beautiful bill.
the Atlantic City public housing because
Maybe if
the
it
living
was
conditions
the
were
big,
deplorable.
beautiful bill.
And they have
One big,
people that have
beautiful
been
bill
living
is
there
very
for 3
specific, having
generations
one in
and have
front.
been
That's
treated
just
very
my
bad.
two
And
cents.
so I took it so that we can now give people a safe place to stay. And working with the First Lady in the Foster Youth Initiative has been a great joy for me and our team. So thank you for doing that.
I honestly will do
to
some
make sure that
research
our
and
foster
probably
youth
end up being your
have a safe
counterparty,
landing
unfortunately,
pad
but I don't know.
and
That's just off
have
vibes, but I'll have to
financial
research it.
literacy as they age out of the foster youth system. And so you talked about affordability. HUD has supported over 1 million Americans in home ownership and affordability, and over 560,000.
It's a nice rainy day outside, nice
so I
chill
hope that
day.
the press will write about that. Good
Makes me
news
feel better about
that 1
losing
million
$5
people are
grand
able
this
to
morning.
own a home and to refinance their homes. And sir, we are moving our building from DC to Alexandria, Virginia. So thank you for your support. We're going to save the American people about $500 million. So that's my report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Scott, very much. Brooke?
Well, coming off of Thanksgiving, moving towards Christmas, I think it's the season of
Yeah, I agree,
Thanksgiving.
Kyson. Just 'cause it has one
Two
in
words
front.
for me are gratitude and joy. Gratitude to you for, as Howard said, bringing this team together. I say it a lot, but I'll say it again, that this is like family at this point, and I don't know that there's ever been an organization like this, at least a government like this in the history of our country. These jobs are hard, but the joy every day in getting to fight for America and save the country is the privilege of all of our lifetimes, I believe. So thank you for that. At U.S. Department of Agriculture, the People's Department, Abraham Lincoln launched this department in 1862. But under your leadership, we have finally, again, put farmers and ranchers and rural America first. In the last year, it's no longer DEI, climate change, sending out money based on the color of a farmer's skin. It's now about literally putting farmers back at the center of it. And under the last administration, we talked a lot about affordability. We'll continue to talk about that. But under the Biden administration and the destruction of our economy and the cost of inflation, interest rates for farmers and ranchers went up 73%. Labor went up 47%. Fertilizer went up 36%. Fuel went up 28%. So when you think about the extreme economic strain that a lot of our
Did you
farmers
see my
are
earlier
under
post on the Spotify market? I got absolutely
These are
cooked.
massive numbers that will take some time to get out from under. But we've already seen the beginnings of the movement toward more affordable food, housing, fuel, et cetera, and that will only continue to trend as we work to solve those issues. My partners in trade, of course, they do the work, but I'm constantly talking to them about selling more soybeans, selling more corn, getting more of our products out. But when we really think about how to solve for this idea that for so long our farmers, many of them have been farming for government checks instead of moving their product around the world, these trade deals change that forever. And it isn't one trade deal or two trade deals, it's dozens of trade deals. And so talking about rural prosperity and bringing the golden age back to rural America, which has been lost for too long. And we're going to focus on that next year, hopefully with our vice president, many of our cabinet members. But the opportunity to do that under these new trade deals is unprecedented. And so just putting farmers first, our ranchers first, Mr. President, is such a huge priority and an accomplishment of the last year. The second quick thing is lawfare, and I know you know this better than anyone in the country. When a government politicizes and weaponizes their power to go after average, everyday Americans, well, from you, the top of the heap as president, but all the way down to the ranchers in South Dakota, the Maud family, who were facing jail time over a fence line dispute that had been in their family for 130 years. We fixed that. The Henry family in New Jersey, who were facing their farm being taken away.
How fast do you have to be to make money from mention markets?
To give to affordable housing, we fix that. So
you don't really have to
being
be
able
fast.
completely
Like you don't
change
have
the
to live
trajectory
trade
of
mention
private
markets.
property rights, but especially as it has to do with our farmers and ranchers and our rural communities, changes everything for our country. And then the third thing, we have so much great things to talk about at USDA, but the third thing, which became very much a part of the national conversation during the Democrat shutdown, was SNAP reform, food stamp reform. When all of America saw what so many of us know and have been working on, but when you have so much rampant fraud in a program that 42 million Americans participate in, now a big good piece of news that I hope is written about, since you became president, about 800,000 of those 42 million have moved off of food stamps which is hopefully the plan with better jobs, higher wages, etc. But still, when we found 186,000 dead people or dead people's Social Security numbers being used, 500,000 people receiving benefits more than twice. We had a couple of people receiving benefits in 6 states. In February of this year, we asked for all the states for the first time
Yeah,
to
someone's
turn over their data
very
to the
sized
federal
on Maduro,
government to
yes.
let
So
the
I am a
USDA
little
partner with
spooked,
them
but
to root
I don't
out
know.
this
I mean, they're
fraud,
gonna
to make
ask
sure
about
that those who
Venezuela.
really need
There's
food
gonna be
stamps are
opportunity
getting
for
them,
him to say
but
it.
also to ensure that the American
But
taxpayer is protected. 21 states
he's
said
just
yes,
weaved
not
so much
surprised. 29
historically, so I
states
think
said
there's a
yes,
world
not
he weaves.
surprisingly, the red states, and that's where all of that
That's
data,
why I'm
that
on
fraud
no.
comes from. But 21 states, including California, New York, and Minnesota, the blue states, continue to say no. So as of next week, we have begun and will begin to stop moving federal funds into those states until they comply and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer. As Joe Biden was working to buy an election a year ago, he increased food stamp program funding by 40%.
If I had to go
So
yes
now
for
as
one of
we
these
continue to
remaining, it would
roll
be
that back.
terrorist.
So the partnership in making
But I
America
would
healthy
try to
again
buy
is
at
also
like
in
20.
food stamps, but a lot of what Bobby and I are doing together is really remarkable. But again, just gratitude and joy for this work, and so grateful to you. The final thing I'll say,
I don't
a lot
know
of gratitude
outcome.
to
It could be
Secretary
a short
Marco
Q&A.
Rubio
I
for
would never
wearing
bet
his
on it because
Aggie
like
maroon tie
you
as a
know,
reflection of Texas
shit can
A&M
always be
beating
super long
Florida
with these
handily
things.
about a month ago. So Marco, I want to thank you and much gratitude and joy in my heart as well. Yes.
I
But
think
thank
we,
you, sir.
We also have to say something about China with one of the largest purchases ever in our country, the soybeans.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to thank President Xi. We had a great meeting. We were in South Korea, and I went to a lot of other places too, but we met in South Korea. And
for the Spotify
President
thing,
Xi
are you
was
guys
great.
asking about?
And China gave us among the largest orders in the history of your world, agriculture.
That's right.
So-
And sir, may I say, this is the remarkable result of real leadership and your real leadership. Just a couple of days ago, China
you guys are
announced
referring
that
to crime
they were
season
gonna
for the
halt
Spotify
all
thing,
purchases from Brazil because they had found some irregularities
wasn't
in some
an
of the
insider.
soybeans they're buying from Brazil. And
It was actually just someone who scraped the data.
that this
So
country and our farmers produce the
to me,
best,
it's actually
highest
motivating. So
quality
I'm using the
soybeans,
loss
sorghum,
to
et
like
cetera,
motivate
in
me
the
to
world.
get
And what
sharper
you've been able to do
with
is
doing
open
stuff like
those
that.
markets
Because
up.
someone
Again,
single-handedly made
move
like
toward an
at least
era where
$50,000,
farmers are
maybe
not so reliant on
$100,000,
government checks,
being the
but
first
they
to
have
scrape the
markets
data.
to sell their product.
And anyone can
Having
do
said
that.
we do have a bridge payment
So,
we'll be announcing,
props to
within
them.
next
I
week,
lost
as we're still
5K,
trying to recover
so
from the
that
virus.
sucks, but
That's right.
it's
They helped the
motivating.
farmers. We're going
That's
to help
right.
the farmers. They did not help the farmers.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Scott?
Mr. President, it's been a great year on the economy, but the best is yet to come. The tens of trillions of dollars that have come in investment, both the portfolio investment by companies, investment by countries, that is turning into a capex boom for the U.S. Capital expenditures.
I don't know,
up
Jamil, because
15% in history.
when it's dropping,
That
I
when
think it's just
CapEx
sports
is up,
markets.
Jobs will
So,
follow.
I don't really
One
trade
Big
sports.
Beautiful bill is an incredible, as you said, thanks to your leadership, along with Speaker Johnson, Senator Leader Thune, we had that done on July 4th, which everyone said was impossible. And the great thing about that bill, sir, for the American people, it's for industry, 100% expensing, build your factory here, you can write it off immediately, but you also insisted on the 4 benefits for working
Who's
people.
Big Bubba?
No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility for American cars, and that is retroactive. So as a result, in 2026, we are going to see very substantial tax refunds in the first
Danny,
quarter.
this is going to be very
So
long.
The best
They
way
still
to
have
address
to do
the
Q&A,
affordability
so
crisis is
just be
to
ready.
give Americans more money in their pockets, which is what this bill has done. We're going to see real
I do
wage
wonder if the
increases.
2 p.m. announcement's
You know,
going to
I
be very
think next
delayed,
year
though. I would
gonna be a
imagine it is.
fantastic year.
Because this is going
taxes,
pretty long.
deregulation, energy certainty. That's why everyone with your leadership is coming to America. Bond market had its best year since 2020. Everyone said couldn't be done. So we're going to have growth. We've had 2 4% quarters before the Schumer shutdown. We're going to go back to that. So not only are we going to have great growth, but it's going to be low inflationary growth. and stock market obviously is following, but next year is going to be the year for Main Street as all this kicks in. You came in, immigration, I called it the three I's.
Cartel was up to
immigration,
70.
interest rates, and inflation.
Shit,
that
man.
were killing
How
the
did I not
American
get on
people.
that?
Close
Just
the
thinking
border.
about it.
The promise kept. Interest rates are down, and 10-year bond, again, best year since 2020. And inflation, led by energy prices, is going to roll next year. I think it's going to be a fantastic year. We can look back, be very proud of this year, but I think 2026 is going to be great for the American people, thanks to you.
It's going to be great. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr.
All right,
President. It's an
JD,
honor
let's
to serve
go.
with this great team that you've assembled, and I just want to pick up on something you said, Mr. President, because you hit the nail on the head.
I put
that
in
it is
money
absurd
early,
that
Jamil.
Democrats talk about
But I
an
do live
affordability
trade somewhat,
crisis
but I'm
that
not,
they
like, bonding
created
words
and the
like
people
you're
around this table work every single day to address. You'll hear a lot of statistics today. You hear a lot of statistics in our political conversation. I think the most important statistic for the American people is that under the Biden administration, the average American family lost over $3,000 of household income. And under the first 10 months of this Trump administration, they have gained over $1,000 of household income. What that says very clearly is that we are fixing the problem that Joe Biden and the Democrats created in the last administration. If you look at every affordability crisis that's confronting the American people today, it is traceable directly to a problem caused by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats. Why did homes get so unaffordable? Because we had 20 million illegal aliens in this country taking homes that ought by right to go to American citizens. Why did tax bills get so unaffordable? Because Democrats were raising taxes while congressional Republicans under the president's leadership were now cutting taxes. Why did food get so expensive? Because we printed trillions of dollars and threw it into green scams that made our agricultural economy suffer while Americans were paying higher prices for food. On every single one of those issues, Mr. President, I think we've made incredible progress. But it would be preposterous to fix every problem caused over the last 4 years in just 10 months. I think that we've done incredibly good. But what I see over the next year, and you heard Brooke talk about joy and gratitude. What I really think this season represents for me, and I think for the entire administration, is that we have now done incredible work to fix what Joe Biden broke. And I think the next year in American growth and American prosperity could be the best year that we've had in the United States of America. It's going to happen because we're all working hard. It's going to happen because we have the greatest country in the world. But I think for congressional Democrats in particular, if they want to talk about affordability, they ought to look in the mirror. We are fixing what they're broken. We're proud to do it. It's the job that we were elected to do. But I think 2026 is going to be the year where this economy really takes off.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Pam?
President Trump, thank you for talking about Sarah. Heartbreaks for her family. And Andy is doing well. His parents, Melody and Jason, wanted me to tell you, and I was with them yesterday in the hospital. He's a miracle. I was there when the surgeons came in, and they wanted you to know this. He's a miracle, and if everyone in this country can continue to pray for that family. He's got a long road ahead of him, but he is a miracle. And of course, our DC initiative.
Yeah, I mean, Jamil, it is best to take
Oh,
positions
and
before,
the monster
obviously.
will be held accountable who did this. Our marshals, of course, are leading the DC Safe effort. We have made over 7,000 arrests at your direction. DC is safe again. Working with everyone around this table, Pete and everyone. Scott and I were in Memphis together last week, and everyone, and Bobby, your HHS, doctors and medics are on the ground to help people in Memphis and DC. In Memphis, we've made over 3,500 arrests so far, and Homeland Security, Christy, you've been instrumental in this. But it's everyone working together as a team. We even have Treasury agents out there. It's unbelievable, on the ground in DC and Memphis. Of course, law enforcement first, FBI, Kash Patel has led the FBI. We have a 100% increase in the arrest of violent criminals, thanks to your leadership. DEA, led by Terry Cole, over 45 million fentanyl pills, 4,200 kilos fentanyl powder. That is the equivalent of 347 million potential lethal doses. That's unbelievable that you've taken off the streets of our country. And the
Unbelievable.
weight of all the drugs combined taken off by DEA is the weight of 17
Well, economy's holding because Trump hasn't even been talking.
semi-trucks
I mean, I don't hate economy
of the
now.
drugs just since you've been
What
in
was it
office.
before?
The drugs that had flowed into this country under the
86.
previous administration. ATF,
Kaizen.
led by Rob Sakata,
If you thought this was Max
has
60 Minutes,
seized
you have
more
not
than
watched enough of these Trump meetings.
31,000 illegal guns. 31,000.
This shit will
Unbelievable
ride.
at your leadership. 19,000 of
For
those
a long
were from
time.
trafficking cases. We've been sued on the legal front now. We have been sued 575 times. 575 times. More than every administration going back to Reagan combined. Most recently, yesterday, I was sued by an immigration judge who we fired. One of the reasons, she said she was a woman. Last I checked, I was a woman as well. 24 Supreme Court wins, President Trump, 92% success rate. We told you it would take a while to get to the Supreme Court. We're doing it at record speed, led by John Sauer, of course, Sarah and Hosh, all working together. Immigration, we're winning. Nationwide injunctions, ending DEI funding, working to secure that our federal workforce is aligned with your America First agenda, representing pretty much everyone in
Do I
this
feel good
room.
about
We met with your
terrorism?
general
Yes.
counsel
I mean, it's
yesterday,
not a
Doug,
lock, but like,
met with,
I got in at
working
24
with
cents and
everyone,
Q&A hasn't even happened.
nonstop.
So,
ICE, of course,
I like
we're winning
it.
there with
Yeah.
Christie.
Like,
We're,
at
Brooks,
24,
SNAP benefits,
maybe there's, like,
one
in
there.
value.
Marco, USAID.
and it's
keep,
a nice,
National
like,
Guard, of
somewhat
course,
hedge against
going
Venezuela.
nonstop.
So he
Our
talks
US
about
attorneys
Venezuela.
are fighting violent crime.
Really high chance he's going to
Working
bring
around
up
the
terrorists.
clock to make America safe again, which was your directive. Our Civil Rights Division suing Gavin Newsom 3 times now, Prop 50,
So that's why I
keeping
like it.
boys out of girls' sports, and in-state tuition for illegal aliens. We've sued over election integrity. We are litigating major universities with Linda. Thank you, our Civil Rights Division, for everything.
Yeah, they're
that
totally
you've
going to
done
ask about
to,
Venezuela, Iraq, and
end
I mean, if it's
DEI in
anything
our
like the White
schools.
House briefing yesterday,
Our
I think they
civil
got like
division
6
fighting
questions
sanctuary
on
cities
Venezuela. That's all they were
every
asking
single
about.
day. And of course, our antitrust division with Google, major settlement. Our attorneys are working on terrorism, TDA, MS-13, Antifa, President Trump. We've charged more than 500 defendants with assault on federal officers thanks to your directive. And also, we have dropped countless cases against Americans that were prosecuted under the
Yeah,
Biden
exactly,
administration,
Tyler. That's a great point.
including
You got to
J6,
think Pete's going to take a lot of
COVID,
this.
FACE Act,
But
and
they'll
more.
ask Trump
And
directly
as
about
everyone
talking
knows,
to
we
Maduro,
cannot
because I
talk
think he
about
said
pending
no
grand jury
yesterday to talking to
investigations,
Maduro.
But no one is above
So that's
the
the
law,
angle
and
where he
that
could say it,
includes
but he was
what
asked if he talked to
happened in our
Maduro
Arctic Frost.
on Kill
I
Meat
hope
show,
everyone
and he
has a very
didn't say
Merry
Maduro by
Christmas,
name multiple
Happy
times.
Hanukkah,
So
and happy
obviously it
holidays.
can
Thank
happen.
you
I
for
just
fighting
think
for our
I like
country.
no in the 30s. Is
Thank
where I
you
got
very
it.
much. Please, Laura.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me to be at this table. When I came on board, I knew really none of you in this last year, and it's been a year, Mr. President, since I've had the pleasure to serve this country on the workforce. Everybody said the Department of Labor would be quiet, fly under the radar. You won't have to do too much. Absolutely not, because you made the American people realize the American dream is real for the American workforce. And it's been under your leadership, Mr. President, that over 2 million jobs that has been created since you started have been native-born
Yes,
workers.
you should, Tyler.
And that is the difference between this presidency, this administration, as opposed to the Biden administration, where mostly foreign-born or federal government jobs. And I think through the private sector, over 2 million jobs of native-born. And so the Labor Department has wasted no time in putting that into action with our Make America Skilled Again, either grant dollars, but the intentionality of the apprenticeship program, 1 million active apprentices across this country. We have done over 250,000 new apprentices.
Yeah,
so
you're
far
absolutely
in the
right,
first
Danny.
year, and
I mean, I
registered
literally watch
over
every single Trump
2,000
speech.
new
So
apprenticeship programs. Why do we need the
I
apprenticeship
don't go
programs
outside.
with the
I
men and
stay in
women
my
in the
apartment.
trades? Because of the leadership of onshoring and reshoring, and have a lot of these companies reinvest in America. We have to build this country. We cannot do that without the tradesmen and women and the craftsmen of this country. And I think that, you know, Howard and I, we talked about that from the beginning, and we're going to have to lean in on that because we need the labor force, 6,000 new skilled jobs with electricians, construction workers, machinists, and so forth. And as I traveled with the Vice President as well, we see that on the manufacturing floors of this country, they're in desperate need. The Department of Labor are going to get the workforce skilled again. Working with
Man, if
Secretary
you guys aren't in the
McMahon
Cal
as we
Sheet
move
Mention
a lot of the
Market Chat
education
Discord,
out to
I
our
freaking love
respective
that
states.
chat. It's so
We are
funny.
now working together, and we have deployed $86 million in investments, and a lot of that is in AI infrastructure jobs to have our new workforce proficient and literate in AI if we're going to continue to lead the AI race, and we're working on that. And the Department of Labor is now creating and will soon launch the AI infrastructure and workforce hub, which we will be able to track that metrics to see exactly if these dollars are going correctly. Integrating education and workforce with, obviously, Administrator Loeffler and I are on the road a lot together because we're talking about Main Street.
George W.
As
Bush?
well as a lot of the manufacturing jobs, and how we're being an
Is
ally
Trump
to our
gonna
businesses as
start
opposed
talking
to
about
an
former
adversary.
presidents again?
For far too long under the Biden administration, we were adversaries to our business owners, and we want to give them a leg up always and make sure that we're paying attention. And we want our workforce to be educated. We do not need the numbers that we have seen across this country.
Loxy,
where
are
our
you
4th
riding
through 8th
water?
graders
Yes.
cannot do read, write, or do any math, and they are our future workforce. We have to depend on the American worker first. Also, lowering healthcare costs in line with the executive order. I'm working with Treasury and HHS, and rulemaking is underway to expand healthcare transparency and make pricing more affordable for our employers who offer these to their employees. Promoting retirement security. The department rescinded the Biden administration's guidance that restricted the use of crypto in the retirement investments, and we're seeing more and more of that, where we also rescinded the supplemental statement that discouraged the fiduciaries from considering the alternative assets for 401ks, and that will also come through the Department
Do you
of
feel
Labor
better,
rulemaking.
Loxy, seeing that I lost $5,000
Ending
today
abuse
on
of
the
cheap
Spotify market?
foreign labor at the expense of the American worker. We launched over
I got
200
absolutely
investigations into companies who will have abused and or fraudulently against the American worker. So Project Firewall was released. Thank you, Mr. President. We want the trained workforce, but we will root out the fraud and abuse, and we'll protect
Root
the
out the fraud
American
and
worker
abuse.
first.
American worker
And
first.
slashing the job
Wow.
killing regulations. The department has rescinded discriminatory DEI
Trump
practices.
looks bored
And I
over
will
there.
tell you, reducing compliance
Yeah,
costs
Loxy was
for
on that one.
businesses. As
Hey,
it was
25
for
USDC. I saw
DEI
you
has
in there
saved
too.
American
I'm glad we
businesses
both lost on
nearly
that.
$1 billion
You know,
this
we
year
lose
by
on that
just
together.
getting
That
rid
was
of DEI
absolutely
for that
crazy.
compliance
The fact
cost
that they
they've had to
washed
do.
that
So,
many
Mr. President,
streams from Drake.
continuing
I mean,
to
holy
skill
shit.
the American worker, the
That's
American workforce
wild.
is going to be
And it's
my
encouraging to
mission.
wanna
We
start
have to do it faster. We
scraping,
have to do it quicker. We have
seeing
to
that
build
happen.
so that
'Cause
the
whoever did that verse
American
made,
people
like,
can
close to
realize
$100,000
that
probably.
American dream that you have laid out so eloquently. And it's an honor to serve under this administration and to talk to the American workers who believe in the American
Cornell
dream
is the
again,
worst school
pride
in the
on their
Ivy
face,
League.
the
Cornholio,
pride
everybody
of the
knows
American
that.
worker, the skilled men and women
UC
who
Santa
build with their
Barbara is the
hands.
best
It's an
Ivy
honor.
League school.
So thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Very good job. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Chris?
Mr. President, I am honored and frankly inspired to sit at this table with this incredible team of leaders that work every day for one and only one constituency, the American people. Not this group or that group, the American people. The price of energy is very much on the mind of Americans. The biggest determinant of the price of energy is politicians, political leaders, and policies. That's what drives energy prices. Under your leadership, what we've seen in the United States
That's
is
smart,
just a
Loxy.
steady drop in the
It's a
price
good
of
strategy.
gasoline, a huge consumer cost for Americans. As you mentioned early on, well below
Amen,
$3
Tyler.
a gallon right now and trending downwards. There are a number of stations in the heartland of America with $1.99 signs flying today. That's simply impossible without the leadership and changes.
Jack, they call
you've
Santa
brought.
Barbara the
Now, of course,
Harvard
you can
of
go to
the West
California,
Coast.
where the average price of gasoline is between $4.50 and $5 a gallon today in California. That's just bad political leaders there and bad policies in California.
And taxes.
And taxes. of course.
Taxes they charge on gasoline are just insane. Terrible.
And electricity prices is a very parallel story, but it's a bigger moving ship, so the changes are a little bit slower. But Americans are outraged at roughly 30% rise in the average price of electricity across this country But everything we are doing together is going to reverse that. Not just stop the rises, but start a downward trajectory in electricity prices. And I can say that with confidence, not because we think these policies will work, we know these policies will work, and I'll get to that in a second. We're going to stop closing power plants. We've already done that, of course. Stop closing the coal power plants and natural gas plants that were shut down. We've got over 30 gigawatts of generators just sitting there today, not allowed to run. Well, of course, we're fixing that immediately. We're going to bring on from our existing grid tens of gigawatts more capacity that'll drive down the cost of electricity. But if we look at the last 5 years to see what works and what doesn't work, the most Trump-aligned policies in the electricity sector were by, no surprise, one of your cabinet members, Secretary Burgum, for 8 years governor of North Dakota. Over the last 5 years, production and demand for electricity in North Dakota grew 35%. Think what data center boom's going to do, and what happened? Electricity prices went down. Didn't rise slowly. They actually went down those 5 years. That's the answer. Trump-aligned energy policies increase demand for electricity. Nebraska and Texas, more Trump-aligned states, had significant growth in demand for electricity. They had electricity price rises, but well below the price of inflation. Unfortunately, Biden brought all of us a lot of inflation. If you look
Is it
at
worth
the
it to
other
try to
end
trade
of
on the
spectrum,
hourly cryptos?
California, New York,
Absolutely
Massachusetts,
not.
Connecticut,
I mean,
Maryland, I could
I'm
go
sure
on.
a way
What happened
you
in
could
those
do it,
states?
but like,
Policies and politicians
extremely
that
hard
force the
to
building
be
of
profitable.
unreliable electricity
Like, you need to do a lot of
generation,
research.
which
That's all I'm
requires
saying.
new
So, like, if
infrastructure
you're
and
not someone who's
transmission
very
lines.
sophisticated,
And what happened? Today
you'd
they
probably
produce
get wrecked.
less
It's just like trying to
electricity
trade
than they
sports
did 5
markets.
years
I
ago.
mean, you can
a
do
lot
it.
Of spending
The best thing
money
you should do
and less electricity.
for
What does that
crypto
mean?
markets, if you
Of
can,
course, much
is market
faster
make them,
rises
if
in
you
the
could
price of
learn
electricity.
a sophisticated
Blue
way
states
to do
have
that.
had 1.5 times faster rise in electricity prices than red states. Red states alone, less than inflation. We need to bring those policies. You are bringing those policies to the national level. We hope the blue states will come along with us, but your policies are going to start the decline of electricity prices nationwide under your leadership by just bringing back common sense. So thank you for allowing me to be part of this team. For people here who are focused on winning, special thanks to Howard and Scotty who were there with me to see the Denver Broncos win on Monday night. Now we want nationwide wins on energy for 3 more years.
And we're doing more energy production than we've ever done by far.
Oh, wow. This is already
Records across the board. That'll continue to be reset every year you're in office.
Thank you very much.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for giving me a very interesting
I'll sell
job.
some at 36.
Some days
See if
it's
I
a
can
little
sell
controversial
some
too,
at
but
44.
it's been an honor to work for you. You are a great American. The fights that you pick are the right fights, and they're always on behalf of this country. So I appreciate the chance to do this job heading up this department. If you think about what Joe Biden did with the Department of Homeland Security, he used this department
it's just very
to invade
difficult
the country
cycle.
with terrorists. He opened up the borders,
If,
let anybody come in that wanted to. He put
if
them
you're
on
just acting as a
airplanes. He let
taker-
them through our
Wait,
airports.
what is this
When
link
if
you
they
guys
could
sent?
figure out a
Project
way to
X?
get to our shores and in our country, he just opened the door and invited them in. So it's our job to get them out. And I want to thank you for this team, because I look around the table and I think every single person here has helped me do my job over the last year. They've supported us at the border and given us resources. Marco negotiates all the travel documents and relationships with other countries to take their people home. 2 million people have gone home already. The people that were here illegally, you've removed from our country and sent home. And we're going to send more home for the
let's see. Right
holidays,
when the
too,
Q&A starts,
and
maybe
make
I'll
sure
pull
that they get
these.
to be with their families in their countries. Yes.
Mostly the bad ones.
That's right. Pam.
Focus is the bad ones.
That's right.
And there are a lot of them.
Terrible, horrible people. And Pam, make sure she's fighting for us in court so that we can get up every day and be bold. We're going to hire our 10,000th ICE officer. Will be on the job within 10 days. So we have hired 10,000.
like this is where he
We've had
could say
hundreds of
it.
thousands of applications.
Too.
We've got within the department, TSA went through this government shutdown without any delays. They all showed up for their shifts and worked hard doing security, and they have been absolutely fantastic. Sir, you made it through
hurricane season without a hurricane.
Someone's buying in the
And so FEMA, you kept the hurricanes away. So we,
wow.
we
Someone
appreciate
just
that.
filmed me
And
at
FEMA
48?
is deploying resources and dollars
I love it.
150% faster than ever before. So somebody does have something bad that happens to them, you are immediately there helping them and telling them they have the resources to get back up on their feet. So we have
Just gotta be
built
ready
and
to pull it
deployed
in
hundreds
case he
of
says it
miles
right
of
here.
border already. You have cut the fentanyl flow over the southern border by over 56%. You've saved hundreds of millions of lives with the cocaine you've blown up in the Caribbean. And, you told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko Governor Walz either
Wacko
is an idiot or he did it on purpose.
Wacko
and I
Walz.
think he's both, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers. And we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back. And we're going to, this next year, make sure that we only put people in leadership positions in this country that love this country and have its back. So thank you for letting us get up every day.
Did you say
and have a
100K
purpose.
into an LP at
We appreciate
200% APR? How is that possible?
Mr.
That's
President,
very
you're exactly
sus.
right. We are saving this country. We're doing it one Main Street at a time, and we're doing
Anything
it at
that
record
promises
speed
you
and at
200%
record
APR,
levels.
I would
Under
be
your leadership, small business
extremely
optimism, according to the U.S. Chamber
questionable on.
Index for small businesses.
I mean, I'm not a
has
crypto
reached an
person. That just
all-time
seems
high in the history of that index.
very sus.
So on Main Street, the economy is coming back thanks to your leadership, thanks to getting Biden inflation under control. Small businesses' number one concern right now is finding skilled labor, and that's why Secretary Chavez DeRemer and I have entered into an MOU to speed that workforce to small businesses that under this administration are now at record levels. 36 million small businesses have now taken on board, for the first time in the SBA's history, $100 billion. That's $45 billion in small business lending at 85,000 small businesses. Most of that
I would
under
just be
your
very
term,
careful.
And $52 billion out to small business investment companies. So
Who
we
is
are
this
running this
person? Let me see.
agency like the best run bank in the country. We are growing small businesses across Main Street, and we're deregulating to the tune of $100 billion, working with all my fellow cabinet members. And
I
thank
don't
you for
know.
putting together the best cabinet in history.
I
Iron
just-
sharpens iron. And
I think
thank
if
you
you're
for
doing stuff
bringing
like that, just
such
make
a
sure you
strong
know that you could
leadership
lose everything.
group
So
together.
don't make
And
sure
then
you're not
finally,
like full
I've walked
boarded in
factory
there.
floors from Alaska to Maine.
There's
and
no
the
way you can get
workers,
two-
the small businesses,
what was
most
it, 200%
manufacturers in this country
APR
are small businesses,
occurring.
600,000 of them.
Like, that is
they are
that
so
is
grateful to your fair trade,
extremely sus.
low inflation, deregulation agenda that is creating national security and economic security in this
What's the
country
price
like
down
never
to,
before.
Nick? Is it like
So I
literally
wanna
a
also
penny?
Finally, thank you for bringing faith back to the White House, to this administration.
If it's
I
in
wanna
the
thank
pennies,
Brooke
it's
for
probably
hosting
not
the
bad.
Cabinet Bible Study, and invite everyone tomorrow to Bible study, and making this country something that we can be so proud of under your leadership.
Getting
And I am
some
so blessed and honored to be part of this
cells.
team. So thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I am truly grateful to be a member of your team here at this table.
I love
to
her
help
one
support you
gray
in delivering on the
strand. That's a really
promises that you made to
cool
the American people.
thing to do.
You came in with a very clear mandate of taking on the rampant weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community and
BTC
federal
at
law
91K?
enforcement. Experiencing
I really should have
yourself,
bought
the
crypto
deep state
when I was in like
abusing their
80K.
power as they have against you, your family,
But-
and so many of the American people. Bring out accountability truly for those who have abused their power, making sure that
Let me
the
turn this down.
intelligence community is
Can I like easily buy Bitcoin in like my 401ks and stuff? I have a lot of money in like 401ks, Roth IRAs.
grateful to be in this position as your director of national intelligence to support you in these
It would be
efforts. And I'll
cool.
cover very briefly
I bet you there's a way
what
with
we've
like
done
some
over the last year
ETF.
under your leadership and what we
But I
look
thought about
forward
doing it
to
when it was down to like
continuing to
60
focus
in,
on,
or what was it, down
next year.
in like the 80s?
First of all, under your leadership, again, we've taken on a historic effort for transparency.
Yeah, don't underestimate what
declassification,
Loxy's saying in the
exposing
comments
these
using
abuses
Grok
of
for
power
BTC
by
hourlies.
these
That's a
deep state
bulletproof
actors.
strategy.
We've declassified
Obviously,
over
I'm kidding.
500,000 documents, many of which
But yeah, I have
have
no
been
exposure
seen
to
before
crypto right
by the
now.
American people.
Most of my money is
Put
tied
them
up in
online
retirement
to bring
accounts.
about
I should
this
probably
level of
buy some.
transparency. We formed a weaponization working group, again, to be able to go after a lot of these abuses of power that have never
Wait
seen
till
the light of day,
60K?
to support
Okay.
the accountability that under Pam Bondi's leadership in the Department of Justice is coming about. Secondly, bring about reforms to the intelligence community to make sure that we have the most effective and efficient and focused workforce that's really working on bringing about the priorities.
Yeah, I have
you
like all my
laid
money
out
in
ensuring our country's
S&P
security.
500 index funds.
And lastly, Mr. President, working with many of our partners here around the table, is going after
Oh,
these
I do have
domestic
Vanguard.
threats. We
That's
have
actually
threats
pretty
coming
base
from
that he
both
wouldn't do
Islamist
Bitcoin. I'm glad that he was
ideology as well as
principled.
Islamist terrorists, foreign terrorist organizations, and those who seek to do harm to the American people, many of whom were let in across our borders under the previous administration.
All right, I'll remember you, Danny
We are
James.
focused on
I
these
owned a
tasks
whole
and this imperative
Bitcoin
for the American people,
in
and
2017
just
when it was
appreciate
6K,
your leadership,
and I
Mr.
freaking
President,
sold it.
and empowering us to be able to
Like that was like
conduct
all my
this
money. I
service.
was working at
Merry
a
Christmas.
grocery store.
Thank you.
Here we
Mr.
Wow, there's
President,
another
your
person
team
still.
at the Trump EPA has been crushing it all year to fix the big mess that we inherited and deliver amazing results for the American people. I've had the opportunity to visit all
Dollar
50
cost
states,
average
since
BTC,
confirmation earlier
Swan,
this
no
year,
fees till 10K.
and to hear from real people, where they meet, where they live, and to bring their great ideas and their asks back to us.
Well, only S&P 500. Yeah, I have like,
Trump EPA, we have proven that you can both
you know,
protect the environment and grow the economy.
a
On the
couple hundred,
environmental
you know,
front,
in there. Like,
since you were sworn in,
a lot of what I have is obviously on prediction markets, but
environmental
you know,
accomplishment every
I have a
single day.
ton in retirement accounts, all
On the
just
100th
index
day,
funds. I don't
200th
recommend
day, the 300th
anyone
day of your presidency, each time we released a list of our top
try to ever
100
pick individual
environmental
stocks,
accomplishments,
but
that has included a historic LA wildfire cleanup.
yeah,
that
Danny,
you
I feel the
ordered
same
us,
way when I sold my
to complete
freaking
in record
BTC
time,
back in
which we
2017.
did, and the
But
Army
you
Corps
know, that was like so much money to me at the time. I had like 6 or 7K there. I couldn't stress it. I actually think I only had half a Bitcoin, by the way, not a whole one.
businesses to be able to rebuild, but
I was getting paid $10 an hour, which was insane money to me at the time.
in these property owners unable to rebuild, and it's wrong.
What's up, Herman?
We also
Herman,
were able to reach an
you
agreement
comment that on
with
all my posts. What does that
to
even
implement
mean?
A plan to permanently end a decades-old raw sewage crisis on the southern border with Mexico. And
You had 22
Secretary
Bitcoin
Rubio
in
and his
2016?
team, Chris
Damn.
Landau, Ambassador Johnson, they've been amazing to get
All right,
that
we're
done.
out
The
of
regulatory
terrorists.
front, we have proudly
Nice.
launched a massive
We
blitz
made
that
a
amounts
free
to the
80
largest
bucks, I guess.
deregulatory effort by any agency in the history of the United States. To put some perspective on it, in 1 year, at one agency, we will do more deregulation than entire.
Yeah, believe me, I remember the whole
presidencies have
Silk
done
Road
across
days.
All agencies, it's incredible. You could go back across 4-year terms, 8-year terms. You've never seen this much deregulation. One agency, 1 year. In fact, when finalized, the proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding amounts to the largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States of America. From fixing the agency's definition of waters of the United States, which is important for our farmers, our ranchers, and other landowners, to the effort to end electric vehicle mandates and promote consumer choice, eliminating regulations designed to eliminate entire sectors of our energy economy. We're thinking big and we're delivering big. We have reduced terrible deratements on diesel exhaust.
Do you remember, Raxon,
systems.
that
We're
like
getting water moving faster, new
back in the
pipelines
day
and
when
power
everyone
plants
used to talk, this
built,
was
and
like
we're helping to
2017
unleash
ICO
energy
era,
dominance.
when people would talk about crypto,
Mr. President, on the
they
operational
literally
front,
only
we have
talked about it
significantly
as a
reduced
form
the
of
size
payment.
the agency workforce.
So that was like the
And we're
single
accomplishing
thought
more
of crypto.
with
And I
less.
remember like
It's all about priorities,
the
and our
biggest
focus is on
competitors of like
statutory
ICOs would be like,
obligations,
oh,
helping to fast
you can
track
send
project
crypto
approvals
or
that
use this as a
way too
payment
long.
with no
Closely
transaction
following the
fees.
law, as well as key Supreme
And
Court
people thought that
decisions
was like
Loper
so
Bright
revolutionary.
overturned
Like
the
that was the
Chevron
main competition.
We inherited
Nowadays,
massive
like I don't even
backlogs
know
that we've been
all this
eliminating all
crypto.
year
It's
long.
like
We've been
so many
implementing
different
your
use cases,
executive
but
order to end COVID-era remote work.
Yeah, I remember reading all these white
consolidated real
papers
estate,
on
canceling
coins,
expensive media
you know,
subscriptions,
just trying
and
to
closed
like,
the
I was
Biden
super big on
agency
Tron,
that none of you knew even existed.
or
I'm
not
sure none
Tron,
of you
I was super big
actually
on
visited.
Neo.
To put it another way, in 2024, the Biden EPA obligated
Credit
to
scores
spend
don't matter.
$60 billion
I
a year.
hard
An
disagree.
agency with an
Try
operational
getting an
budget of
apartment
$10
or
million a year. In their own words, caught on camera, they were tossing gold
or a
bars
house or
off the Titanic.
I don't
wasting
know.
Precious tax dollars to pay
I don't know
off
how I would do anything if I didn't have a good credit
Obama
score.
and Biden officials. And they were doing without any apology or regret. The Biden EPA, in fact, was amending grant agreements just days before you came into office to reduce agency oversight. But this year,
Credit scores don't matter if you could use someone else's based.
you'll hear from everyone around this table. With our actions canceling wasteful grants and implementing other measures just mentioned,
Did that really have two
we have
S's?
saved $30 billion. They spent over $60 billion.
Is that real?
We have saved over $30 billion. The bottom line, by the way, is that the Green New scam is dead. It's a new day at the EPA where we will protect the environment and grow the economy. We will deliver on the Trump mandate every day. And we will fight.
Yeah, I
with
guess if your
one
parents are willing to co-sign on
constituency
stuff, that's fine.
front of mind.
It's just like if you fuck up your credit, it
That
takes
is
a
the
long time
American
to
people.
bring
you,
it
Mr.
back, you know?
President,
Especially if you
for
like. So I would
being
not
willing to take a bullet for this country.
advise fucking your
And
credit.
If you ask me what I'm grateful for, whether it's a Thanksgiving, it's a Christmas, a Hanukkah, a New Year's, any time of year, the fact that this president, after 4 years serving in office, he could have just left it in the rearview mirror and went on to really enjoy retirement. But he is willing to take a bullet.
True,
for all the
Raxon.
people doing it at home
That makes sense.
Because he believes in his flag or
Just
freedom
buy
or
a social
liberties
security
to save the
number
greatest
from
country in the history of the world.
someone.
So I'm grateful this holiday season for you, Mr. President. You're willing to take a bullet for all of us, and by all of us, it's the American public.
Thank you.
Man, there's still more people.
Good morning, everyone. Well, in spite of the fact that
Oh shit.
your charge to me is to fire myself,
I just
we've really
delayed myself
been,
by a second,
incredibly hard at work making sure that we can return education to the states. And as I sit and
Why do you
listen
do
to all
chase
the
points?
emergencies
Oh, I guess
that we are
you have the
addressing
Sapphire Reserve.
from the economy,
I have an Amex Platinum. Chase Sapphire is really good though, but I'm farming Amex Platinum.
fix education in our
Um,
country with this hard reset that that you are expecting. I think the greatest national
I guess,
emergency
Jack, you
we
can have that
face
mindset, but like,
is our
I assume you're pretty
education.
young.
Because if we are not
So
going to educate our children,
there's two ways you can look at it. You can say, oh, I can be very risk on for 5 years because I'm young, and in 5 years, if I fuck up, right, I'll build my credit back and then I'll just chill and do whatever. But the other way you can look at it is you can say, I'm young, so if I start early in terms of like saving, investing, whatever,
right after you took
because of
office,
compounding
the first,
effect, you can be a
NAICS
multimillionaire
scores,
so easily.
card came out and showed how far
So
down
like
we
that's how
were
I
in
view it.
educational
So
proficiency
I mean, I
in
say I'm
college.
not risk on, and
Not
it's like
only
I
the
just
NAICS
quit my
scores,
job to
but
fucking
the
do this now.
international
So I guess I am
scores
kind of
as
risk
well
on, but
showed us, third from the bottom.
you know, I
told me
worked
we
for
were
5
not
years
only
before. I have a lot of
embarrassed, we were
savings.
angry
I don't know.
about this, and that we
I
had
guess
to
there's
do
just two ways to
something
look at
change
it.
this in our country. And we took a hard look at it, and you absolutely said the bureaucracy of education in Washington.
You definitely can fix it. I'm just
firm
saying, like,
on
if you're young
prevention
and instead
we should
just
have because it's best
instead of
handled
being like
at the
hyper
state
risk
level.
on with like debt and all this other
Let
stuff,
the
if you
states
just
put their
instead
programs in
pay
place.
off all
Some
your
states are gonna
loans,
do it a lot better than
you know,
others.
start
But
funding
it's
your
not
Roth
going to
IRA,
happen from Washington,
start contributing to a
D.C.
401k
What I
through your
hear is things
job.
like, well, with
You can like
respect
compound
to
money
any other
so
country in
fast.
the world that have really great programs. Germany, Sweden, Norway,
That's kind of what I did. I started maxing my Roth when I was like 19. But I'm lucky that my parents paid for my college. So, I mean, I know a lot of people don't have that. So,
So what we've been doing,
it would be
as
pretty brutal if I
Lori
had student
brought up,
loans.
Secretary of Labor brought up, we have a great working relationship. We have already signed.
That's a good goal, Nick.
And implemented one.
That's what Grande did, by the way. Grande paid off all his loans for
handle,
his school with
WIOA
Kalshi, which is
program
kind of sick.
and the
But that
Perkins
guy's a
grants to make
menace.
sure it
Like,
works. I call
Grande's
these,
just so sharp.
You know, these are programs, pilot programs.
A Roth is 7K a year. I think they just made it 7.5K a year.
We will be able to permanently.
Do you want to be a multimillionaire at 60 or take the chance at 35?
We've taken some of our
Honestly, if you start investing early though, and you get in like a pretty good paying job, you can definitely do it way before 60. Like if I stayed in my old job, I don't know.
And when I hear pushback on that,
I probably could have gone there pretty early, but I guess, you know, like I said, I didn't have to take out student loans, which is like an unbelievable advantage.
The grants that they were helping us with, we're using their grant system. The grant system at the Department of Education is like held together with bubble gum and rubber bands. And
Yeah, I'm a huge member of FIRE,
other agencies.
Tyler.
Now we have this really smooth operation already in labor.
I used to literally be on that page all the time.
Also, other interagency agreements. 2 more.
Yeah, I guess launching a shitcoin could work too. That's what I should do long term. I should start streaming on Pump Fun, and then I'll tie my hands behind my back, and I'll have the PMT coin, and I'll say I'll never sell,
We ask Congress to codify
and then
these
I'll dump
permanent
once it's a million
so
market
that's
cap.
kind of in the world of K through 12.
That's
We're looking
finance
at what we have
nowadays.
In the world of higher education, as Attorney General Bondi mentioned, we've been working really very hard to make sure that we've got anti-Semitism and DEI out of their.
What are these people talking about, dude? Holy shit, this is going on so long.
Stiff fines on, worked some good deals. I've enjoyed working with Harmeet, who just.
I would love to sell it. Are people filling orders now, Dustin? Because like Q&A is still coming, so let's see. Let's see.
Return education to
Are
the
people gonna
states
fill me?
And to bring the level of education back up, making sure our
Let me turn
students
this up.
can read by reintroducing the
But see,
science of
I don't
reading
think I
in
can get
schools.
like fills.
And going into next year, I
Keep getting
can
penny
honestly
jumps.
say that we've got a lean, mean machine operating at the Department of Education.
How are you guys selling at
Only
90?
half the workforce when we started, and we're more efficient, and I think we're going to see better results.
I'm not
as
getting
we move
any.
into next year. So thank you for this
Thank you.
incredible opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, during this holiday season for empowering us, HHS, me, Dr. McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, and Dr. Oz to change the trajectory of this agency towards public health in a way from the tradition of serving the mercantile interests of the medical industrial
I mean, his
complex
announcement's
and
supposed to
big
be 2
pharmaceutical
p.m. All
companies.
right, I'll turn down
2 weeks
RFK. I'm
ago,
sorry,
we had,
everyone.
under your leadership,
I'm sorry. I'm turning it down. I'm turning it down.
by removing the black box warning.
But you see this? As soon as I try to sell,
The medical cartel
I get penny
selling
jumped.
women hormone replacement
Wow,
therapy
he just
for
said medical
menopause
cartel.
was dangerous for
Is
them.
this
In
bullish
fact,
for
here's what
cartel?
the science said. It diminishes the risk of fatal heart attacks by 25%, cardiac disease by 50%, Alzheimer's by 35%, bone fractures by 50 to 60%.
Yeah.
It improves appetite, it improves sleep, it improves energy, it improves happiness. There are tens of millions of women in this country who've been deprived of that therapy because
But you guys see this?
of
As soon as I try to sell out of Maduro,
scientific
I'm just
malpractice by the
somebody's just
medical
penny jumping
cartel.
nonstop.
We are now remedying that, and this remedy will now be available to all women who want it during one of the most difficult transitions of their lives. MFN is one of our greatest accomplishments. It would not have happened without you. You were the only person who believed in it. You drove
Dude,
us
we're gonna go
there.
right into the Trump announcement right after this. I'm not even gonna end stream. Holy shit.
Companies, we have 12 more
I'll pause to get a drink, and then we'll be back for the 2 p.m. announcement. This is such an electric day. I'm making back the 5K. Did I take the 5K, and did I roll a round on the floor crying? No, I didn't. I locked in. And we're locking in all day today. We got so many Trump speeches today. There's going to be like 30 NFL announcers market Sunday.
This week,
Lock the fuck
Howard
in.
At Department of Commerce and Jameson at the U.S. Trade Representative made a bargain with Great Britain to raise their drug prices in conformance with your promise that the Europeans would raise theirs to counterbalance us lowering ours, and therefore we would keep intact the ecosystem.
Oh my god, dude. Can this guy...
So congratulations on that, Mr. President. When you first asked me to take this job, one of the first contacts we made was with a leading economics professor.
See, like
health
just
economics
penny jumped
professor
all the way
at
down to 83.
And we asked him what's the one innovation.
Best
that
place to
we
watch
could
NFL? YouTube TV.
that would most dramatically
On Thursdays, Twitch.
improve the
Thursdays or
health
Monday, I can't remember.
care
It flips.
experience for the average American. And he said there's no contest. It's
I don't
to
have anything
change
yet for Trump
government
announcement, Nick.
prior
I've just been locked in on this one, just
Thanks to your
live trading it.
leadership,
But
we
look
were
at this, I
able
can't
to
even get
convene
out.
the largest insurance companies
I'm
in
like,
this
get me
country
out of my Maduro shares,
and
get
do
me out.
something that
And now
every
there's just
administration, every Congress has
1,000
promised
underneath
for
me.
The past 30 years, we actually got it done. We convened the insurance companies representing 280 million Americans. We got them to agree, most of them by January of 2026.
I guess I'm just
2 months
holding
from
this
now,
shit.
to remove prior authorization for most of their procedures, for all the procedures we want them removed from. And that means that American patients at the point of care will be able to get an answer immediately. If your doctor says you need knee surgery, you will know before you leave that doctor's office whether your insurance company will pay for it or not. Similarly,
I guess if I sell 400 at 82
healthcare records
or 83, pretty much hedged, right?
The tech industry has refused to share healthcare records. You asked us to change that. We convened the 60 biggest tech companies at a conference that you presided over about 2 months ago. We now did a secondary conference, which 400 leading companies have all come in and agreed to remove any kind of blockages where individual Americans can get their own health care. Americans
Yeah, but I'm
own
not going
their
to sell
healthcare
this down to
records, yet they were not able to
70.
access
I don't know. Like,
and if you lived in New Jersey,
I just think I'm
moved to
sacrificing so much
Oregon, you
EV if
got
I do that,
injured, you went to a
you know?
hospital, you would have to spend
Like, worst case,
maybe
I lose
45 minutes
$360,
filling
you know?
out forms on
I
a
don't know.
clipboard. Because your doctors
And
there
it's
could
like,
not
why
get
would I
your
take on
healthcare records, they
slippage
couldn't get your
and
blood type, your
lose EV
allergies, all the things that they
for
ought to
kind of
know
no
immediately
reason?
so they can save your
Just so I
life.
have lower variance? Like,
Now that is all
I'm not going to
changed,
take that much
and
variance here. Like,
all
it's
these
not like I have a
companies
big
now have
position.
agreed to remove all the blocks on sharing healthcare records. Every American will have their healthcare records available on their cell phones. And it's already happening. In the last 6 months, there have been over 100 times the number of healthcare records shared by hospitals and during the entire previous administration. On deregulation, HHS proudly is now leading the pack, and thank you for your help on that, Russ. But today we announced the revocation of the nursing home rule, which was overburdening rural areas across this country, Indian reservations, with regulations that were going to destroy the nursing home industry in those communities. And that is going to be a $25 billion savings.
Yeah, this is just
Those
tanking,
are
man.
some
I
of the
just,
things that we're
I
doing
can't. Maybe
because of
somebody
your
has a few
leadership.
seconds lead
President
on me or
Trump,
something.
Thank you
Something's
so
happening.
much, and Merry Christmas to you.
If I lose, I lose, you know? Is it Trump now?
Well, Mr.
Holy
President,
shit, there's- Marco
you've
still has to
assembled
go.
an incredibly talented group here. If you took a look at this group, Fortune 500 leadership team, any group of startup folks,
God
this is an
damn.
amazing group and the breadth of what's being accomplished. And the timing couldn't be better because with your leadership and vision, you've set us up for this age of abundance as we head into next year, the 250th anniversary of this country. And what are we heading into that year? As we've talked around the table, you've heard about massively lower taxes, massively lower regulation, abundant energy, record capital investment coming in, job growth. I mean, we are set up to really have something to celebrate next year. And I just, again, want to say thank you to everybody around the table. You gave us one big assignment in Interior. Of course, Interior, the largest balance sheet in the world.
Can I build back
in
up
the
on
Department of
terrorist
Interior
at
was a
17?
standalone company, 500 million acres of surface,
Let's
700 million
see.
acres of subsurface, over 3 billion of offshore from
We are
Guam to
back.
the Virgin Islands. And you said, we got to take care of that balance sheet. We got to develop those resources. And what have we done across that? Producing record amounts of oil, record amounts of gas. And again, we set out with a goal, energy diplomacy, sell energy to our friends and allies. We're exporting a record amount of energy to all of our friends and allies around the world. That's helping do that. And you're giving a gift to America as we head into this. You're giving us peace abroad, and you're giving us prosperity at home. That bodes so well for our country. One
I gotta be
small
ready
little
to
gift
pull
that we're
this
giving
if I-
all Americans from one teeny part of Interior, which is the national parks, is that not only are we keeping prices low for all American citizens, offering 10 free days for our national parks next year to coincide with our holidays, but also a $100 surcharge for non-residents. That is going to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for helping restore and preserve all of our best parks. So as we close out, then I want to also say a big celebration going on here in Washington D.C. We've been thrilled to be part of the National Park Service, the U.S. Park Police, part of this great effort across a number of us on making D.C. safe and beautiful. This
AI
will be
for
the
Time Person of the Year?
most beautiful capital in the world. We are doing
When is
so
that
many
announced?
things, whether it's hundreds of homeless camps, thousands of graffiti sites, cleaning up ponds and fountains, preparing this thing. The United States is never going to be performing better economically. It's never going to be looking better, just like the White House has never looked better, all because of your vision leadership. So again, thank you, sir. You've given an incredible Christmas gift to Americans by setting us up for an incredible 250th.
All right, Trump. Oh, wait, Marco's got to go.
Thank you very much. Marco?
Oh,
well,
my
thank
God.
you, Mr. President. First of all, this is a very talented team, as you've seen, and as you know, because you picked every single one that's on. You deserve tremendous credit for doing that. It's an honor to be in this role. It's also an honor to be involved in and be a witness to what I believe is the most transformational year in American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, at least. And it's transformational because for the first time in a long time, we have a president who basically puts America at the forefront of every decision we make in our relations with the world. And that may sound weird to people, like, of course you always do. No, that hasn't always been the case until about a year ago. And I think we've all witnessed in our own respective spaces how in every interaction the president has with the world, the goal he has in mind is very simple. Does what you want us to do, or is it what or is it going to make us stronger? Is it going to make us richer? Is it going to make us safer? If it is, he's for it. If it's not, he's against it. If something's going to make America weaker or poorer or less safe,
My bias
the
is hurting
president's
my
gonna be
mentioned
against
market
it.
profits?
And every single thing he has done in our foreign policy has been driven by the American
Wait,
people
which
in
market
mind.
are you talking about, Winston?
And I can go down the list. Why has he focused on mass migration? It's very simple, because no country
I know,
is
Ryan,
safe
it is
if you
cringe.
can
This
just
is all
walk
of these
in
meetings,
without
though.
us
You just
knowing
gotta
who
be,
you are into your country. We've seen the destruction that's wreaking,
just
not just
gotta
in
be
our
used
own
to
country,
it.
but the impact
Oh,
that it's
you're
having
blind
in
to
Europe
work.
and in many other parts of the world. You talk about trade deals and the trade situation has been involved in. People, all this reporting on it. It's very simple. The president views the last 40 years as an era of which American workers and American farmers have been ripped off.
America
They've
has
off,
been
and what
ripped
he's saying is we
off.
want to have trade with the
Go
world, but
off.
it has to be a trade in which American businesses and American workers and the products they make and
What did Trump
American
refer to Marco
farmers
as?
grow
Little
and
Marco?
produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money. When the president has said, we're going to do foreign aid, but we're going to do foreign aid for countries that are aligned with the United States and in a way that doesn't waste the taxpayers' money. Mr. President, you deserve tremendous credit for that. Many of us, the Vice President, by the way, I want to acknowledge, has played an extraordinary role in our foreign policy, and he too has been a witness to all of this as it's been occurring, and he's been a big part of it as well. You talk about NATO. The president's not against NATO. He went to NATO and basically said, look, you guys, we're paying all the money, and he got them to do the 5% commitment, which everybody said was never going to happen. It was impossible. Everything this president does is driven by the American people. Whether you don't have to agree with the actual move, but understand the motivation. The motivation is always you, the American
All right,
people.
let's see how
What's
long
good
this
for
Q&A
you,
is going to
for
be.
your family, for
Marco's
the
about
country,
to finish.
and for our economy. But the president is also committed to
Oh,
peace
nice.
in a way
People
that
are
all of
coming
us
back
have
in.
seen. He achieved in
Get me
Gaza,
out
and he
of
does it, by the way, not just because he hates war and he thinks wars are a waste of money.
It's
and
probably
lives,
not good that it ends
but
on
because he's the
Marco, 'cause
only
Marco
leader in the
can
world
easily
that
talk
can.
about
No other leader in the world could have pulled off what happened in Gaza. And I can tell you, I can't get into the details. The vice president knows what I'm talking about. That deal doesn't happen without the president's direct interaction with the leaders that were involved
I just
in
got to
this
be ready to
decision
pull
making.
this.
And everyone said that deal couldn't
Trump
hold.
doesn't
And then the
open
president
it
shepherded
up
through
to
the
Q&A.
United Nations of all
He
places
said he would, but, like,
to
this
get a
has been
global
going on for
coalition of
so
countries
damn
to
long.
line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace. And it's still every day is a challenge. But it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started. It never would have happened if you'd been president. But this war is
Man.
going on, and the president is trying to end it. Not because, listen, we got a million things
Let's
to focus
go,
on in the world as a
Marco.
country,
Little Marco.
But he's the only leader in the world that can help end it, and that's why even as we speak to you now, Steve Woodcock is in Moscow trying to find a way to end this war, to save lives of 9,000 people, Mr. President, as you know, are dying every week. More people are dying a week.
Yeah,
in
Ryan,
that
Trump's
war
expected
than
to
died
do
in the
Q&A,
entirety
but this shit has
of the
dragged on
U.S.'s
so
involvement
long.
in Afghanistan
And he has an
Iraq. Just
announcement
think
at 2
about
p.m.
that,
There's
how
a
bloody
chance he
and
calls it early.
destructive it
That's
is.
why I'm ready to
The
pull if he
president's
does.
taken on this issue of
But he is
Sudan
supposed to do
personally,
Q&A.
not send out deputies to
So
do
I
it.
would. That's why I'd sell it at
Again,
85 if I
far away
could.
from the United States, because he's the only leader in the world that can bring it about to an end. Not to mention all the other peace deals, very dangerous ones like India and Pakistan.
Damn, yeah, this is almost
or
2
Cambodia
hours
and
long.
Thailand.
Holy shit.
And so on all these things, Mr. President, I think you deserve tremendous credit for the transformational aspect
Yeah,
of
this
our
started
foreign
at
policy. For the first
11:30,
time
dude. Oh my
in probably
gosh.
4 decades, the American foreign policy is driven by what is good for America
So
and Americans. Whether it makes us safer and stronger and more prosperous.
I know this is
if
normal,
it is, he's
but-
for it. If it doesn't, he's against it. And that sort of clarity is transformational. I close with this, and I know I'm last, so I wanted to be fast, but there was a lot to cover. I do want to say this is
Dude,
the
Trump
most
looks
wonderful,
so
magical
tired.
time of the year. By that, of course, I'm referring to the
He's
college
already
football
sleepy.
playoffs. And I
That's
just want to
some
say this
mention
as a
market
point of
alpha
personal
right there.
privilege.
Is Trump gonna sleep?
And I'm a Florida Gator, but if the University of Miami gets screwed out of the college football playoffs after going 10-2 and beating Notre Dame, the whole thing should be scrapped, and you're going to have to take over it next year, Mr. President. Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. It was terrific. I hope it wasn't too long, but it was very concise, and we've done a lot. This group has done a lot. Amazing. Everybody at this table has done a fantastic. And Susie, thank you for
Yeah,
doing
it does,
a great job
Raxon.
as our
You could
Chief
do
of
it.
Staff.
Let's see.
First female Chief of Staff in the history of our country, which is pretty amazing when you think of it, right? And she's the best. Thank you very much. Great job. So after that, do you want to ask any questions?
Mr. President, there's been a lot of speculation about who the next Fed chairman could possibly be.
Oh, Fed
You
chair
have
question.
Somebody in mind.
Yeah.
How many names were you given on the final list? And does that person currently work on the board of the Fed Reserve?
Well, I'd say that we probably looked at 10.
Let's
and
see.
Scott interviewed some people that I didn't know, but he knew. And a lot of people were involved in the process, actually, and Howard was involved. But I think we probably looked at 10, and we have it down to 1.
They have it down to 1.
I want to ask you about Elon Musk, if I could. You talked about Elon Musk. You had him at dinner here in the
Oh.
White House. Is he now back in your circle?
Oh my God, this is already bonded.
Well, I really don't know. I mean, I like Elon a lot. He was a very...
Elon!
he really helped
Did
during
I
the
get?
election
Did I
with
get
his
it? Did I
endorsement.
get the
He
bond?
fought strong.
I got the bond.
But we had
Yay!
one problem. You know, I didn't want to have everybody have to have an electric car, and he makes electric cars, and
We bonded it.
I think we get along well.
You know, on affordability, if I could. When you talk about affordability, one more, yeah, when you talk about affordability,
Affordability. I like these questions.
is going forward, are the American people, do you believe, getting impatient with the reforms that you're making? They talked about it's about.
I think they're getting fake news from guys like you. Look,
Get me out of
affordability
this
is a
position, I'm
hoax
scared.
that was started by Democrats
Wait, was hoax
who
this right?
caused the problem of pricing. And they didn't end
Oh, it
it.
is.
When look, they lost in a landslide. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. You take
We
a look
got
at
the
districts,
hoax
it was
bonded in the weekly. How am I
2,750
first on this? What the
500,
hell?
525.
This is so
because
funny.
That
$10.
was the affordability problem. We brought it down. Look at energy. Look at the gasoline price. That's
How am I?
the simplest.
Come on,
and it's
drill,
the
baby,
biggest.
drill. Do it.
Because if energy comes down, everything comes down. That's the way it works. We are going to be at 250. You said 199 in some places in the country, right? You said it. I didn't say it.
Come on, drill, baby, drill.
And they won't check you. They'll check me. So, I like to use your number. 199 a gallon. Unthinkable. If you go back a year and a half ago, it's unthinkable. So now we're bringing the prices down, way down. Beef is coming down now.
Oh.
We've done certain magic, and beef
No,
is coming down.
someone beat me on beef.
But we inherited horrible prices. We inherited really.
Someone was
the worst-
ready on
again,
beef, dude.
The worst inflation in history. We inherited.
No
that.
comment,
When I came
Danny.
in, that's what he
I'm
had.
sorry.
And we fixed inflation, and we fixed almost everything. If you want to know the truth, including 8 wars. We got 1 to go.
I don't want Maduro,
but
Telly.
including 8 wars.
Oh, shoot,
But
he's
when
talking about
they
wars.
always say, I watched today where they
This
have a
could be
race
Maduro.
going on right now in
Oh, no.
Tennessee.
Oh, Tennessee.
Affordability, affordability.
Good.
They're the
I thought
ones
he was
that
talking
caused
about
the problem.
Honduras.
The prices were way high. We're bringing the prices down. But they're like scam artists, you know. They're I call them con men and women. They come out, they say affordability, like, oh, I see prices.
Is he going to
we're gonna
go
get
drill,
prices
baby,
down
drill
still
here?
further. But we brought them down from the prices they cost. The reason that they had the highest inflation in the history of our country is because they had the highest prices. But we brought them down, and now we have normal inflation.
That's such a good clip.
Yeah, please.
Oh my gosh.
President, thank you so much for taking questions.
I need to clip that. Highest.
I wanted to clarify something that you
Because-
said on Sunday regarding the boat strikes near Venezuela.
Oh,
You
gosh,
said
Venezuela
that
question.
if
Weave,
no
Trump.
second strike on that one boat had happened,
Weave.
you wouldn't have wanted it. Now that your administration has acknowledged that it happened, do you support that second strike? And Mr. Secretary, I want to clarify something you had said.
Weave,
in the
Trump.
interview back in
Weave.
September, I believe on Fox News. You said that you would watch that strike live on television.
We need a weave here.
In real time, did you know that there were survivors?
Why are you guys against me on Maduro?
Well, look, all I know is this. Every boat that you see get blown up, we save 25,000 on average lives. 25,000 lives. They've been sending enough of this horrible fentanyl and other
fentanyl.
things like cocaine and other things. But
And-
fentanyl right now is the leader of the pack to
Wow.
kill our entire nation. Because a little speck on the head of
Was-
a pin can kill somebody.
Crazy.
It's very dangerous stuff. I know so many people where their sons were drug addicts. They had one little sample, and they died. They died. They couldn't believe it. As far as the attack is concerned, I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. But to me, it was an attack. It wasn't one strike, two strikes, three strikes. Somebody asked me a question about the second strike. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about people.
Is this going to
I
be
wasn't
water?
involved in it. I knew they took out a boat. But I would say this, they had a strike. I hear the gentleman that was in charge of that is extraordinary.
You had 2,500
Extraordinary person.
fentanyl?
Let Pete speak about him, but Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with two people, and I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this, I want those boats taken out, and if we have to, we'll
Wrap
attack on
this
land also,
up,
just like
Trump.
we attack on sea. And there's
Oh,
very
sea
little
instead of
coming in
water.
by sea. I think we've knocked out over 90% of it.
Is this
There's
gonna
very
be
little,
water?
and I understand that. There's very little. We're saving hundreds of thousands of lives.
Okay,
with
give it
those
over to Pete and then call
pinpoint
it.
attacks. It's an amazing thing when you see a boat going along, and a lot of the
Keep
press would
weaving,
like to
Trump.
say they're
Keep
not.
weaving.
You see the boat. They're not maybe drugs. You see these boats. First of all, who has 5 engines on the back of a boat going in weird directions and
Keep weaving,
loaded
Trump.
up with lots
You're
of
doing
white
so well,
containers? They're bags of things. No, they've done an amazing job, and Pete has done an amazing job. But Pete,
I
you
have
could
no
probably
tally.
better answer the question.
No, you're spot on,
Yes.
sir.
Yes,
I think
give
you
it
gotta
off
start
to
with the
Pete.
baseline,
Give it off to
which
Pete.
Marco laid out, everybody's laid out. You got 20 million people.
He's still gonna get a
invading our
million other
country over
questions
4
on this.
years. We don't know where they're coming from.
Yeah,
That
I have no
includes
Maduro
Tren de
tally,
Aragua and
so-
cartels and violent criminals. They bring drugs, and you mentioned it, Mr. President, poisoning, an intentional poisoning of the American people, killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. So the president had the courage to designate these cartels as designated terrorist organizations. Now, a
I
number
should have
of
held
us
my
here served in
terrorist
the
shares.
military and spent 20 years fighting terrorists like Al Qaeda and ISIS on the other side of the world. How do you treat Al Qaeda and ISIS? Do you arrest them and treat them, pat them on the head and say, "Don't do that again"? Or do you end
Hopefully
the problem
Trump doesn't
directly
comment
by taking a
on
lethal,
what he's saying.
kinetic approach? And that's the way President Trump has authorized the War Department to look at these cartels. And I wish everybody could be in the room watching our professionals like Mitch Bradley, Admiral Mitch Bradley, and others at JSOC and SOCOM and other commanders. The deliberative process, the detail, the rigorous, the intel, the legal, the evidence-based way that we're able to, with sources and methods that we can't reveal here, that make sure that every one of those drug boats is tied to a designated terrorist organization. We know who's on it, what they're doing, what they're carrying.
All right,
All these
call
white
this
bales
question.
are not Christmas gifts.
Just
from Santa.
don't comment on it, Trump.
This
You're
is
tired
drugs
enough.
running on 4-motor fast boats
You're
or
tired enough,
submarines
Trump.
that
Just
we've
skip
also
it.
struck.
Skip
One's
it.
fishing on a submarine, and I have empowered them to make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes, as you would, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I said, I'm going to be the one to make the call
someone's
after getting
cartel.
all the information and make sure it's the right strike. That was September 2nd.
There's a lot of intelligence that goes into that, building that case and understanding that, a lot of people providing information. I watched that first strike log. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do. And by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back, and the American people are safer because narco-terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike? You personally?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded and fire or smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick,
keep answering,
plant
and
fake
then go
stories
next question.
in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on the second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first strike?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of time.
Okay, end it on this.
I already stated my answer quite clearly.
So remember this.
Oh, shit.
We lost last year. I think it was more than that, but people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined families beyond the 200,000. And those 200,000, that family will never be the same. But these people have killed over 200,000 people, actually killed over 200,000 people last year. And those numbers are down. Those numbers are down. They're way down. And they're down because we're doing these strikes, and we're going to start doing those strikes on land, too. The land is much easier. Much easier.
Oh gosh, Trump!
And we know the routes they take. We know everything about them.
Stop,
We
Trump,
know where they
please.
live. We know where the bad ones live, and we're going to start that very soon too.
Good. Yes.
And you know what? When we start that, we're going to drive those numbers down so low.
Okay, just
And
why
then
are you
you're
going
gonna
back
have
to
families
it?
be able to
Why are you
live
going back to
without
it?
the fear of their
You
son
were just about to hand it off,
or
Trump.
daughter just having a pill to have a little fun and ending up dying within a period of 60 seconds. Right?
Okay.
No, we're not going to let
Just
that happen.
hand it off,
we're not
Trump.
going to let it continue to happen. What
Hand it
Biden
off.
did to this country
Oh
by
my gosh,
allowing
dude.
all these
He's
people.
just going hard.
And I call them animals in many cases. I think they're animals. To come into our country and destroy our country and let all those drugs pour in. Let people just walk
Dude,
across
he was
the border
just
like it was
about
nothing.
to hand it off, and now he's going
you
back
look
on
at them,
it.
a lot of them, you say, oh, let's not discriminate. I'm not talking about color. I'm just talking about you look into the eyes of some of these people. We're smart. And you see a killer. Come on in. Just come on in. 11,888 murderers. Many of them committed more than one murder. He allowed them into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. But he also allowed drugs to come in at record numbers. And hundreds of thousands of people a year died.
All right,
And we're
keep just
taking those
ripping
son
on
of a
Biden.
bitches out. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Yes.
you so much, Mr. President, for taking your questions. I think
Oh, this is going to be a favorite question.
administration I've ever seen.
I'm impressed by these people. I'll tell you, how strong are you? You've been holding that for 2 hours. There are very few physically. There are very few people who could do. I'm very proud of you. I have no idea who you are, but you're strong.
Thank you.
What is he
Thank you,
talking
Mr.
about
President.
now?
Mr. President, last week, militia groups in Iraq
Iraq.
the Christian region's gas field, the largest gas field, which even the U.S. companies invested in the energy sector in the Christian region. And the Christian Prime Minister requested the United States to provide them some sorts of means and defense systems to defending their
Is this gonna be terrorist?
structure and U.S. investment in the Christian region. Are you willing to providing them the support? And if I had this question, tomorrow the United States is going to open and inaugurate.
Can you speak louder?
Yeah, of course.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
You're the most gentle, beautiful voice, man. Gentle person. Go ahead. Just take fewer words and louder.
Yeah, sure. I repeat my first question. Last week, the Iraqi militia groups attacked one of the largest gas fields in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, which even the U.S. companies have invested in these gas fields.
Yeah.
And then,
are you from Iraq?
I'm from Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm working for Huda Media Network. And the Kurdistan region prime minister, he requested the United States to providing them some sort of defense system to defending these gas fields and U.S. investment in the Kurdistan region. Are you willing to help?
Hold on, Winston.
Well,
let's
we'll
go.
Look at it. I heard about it, and I'm hearing about it more now, frankly. It wasn't at the top of my list. It's a very unusual question, I think, but I assumed you're from the area, and to you it's a very important question, and to me it is also, because people are being killed. I will say this, Iraq has been much different in terms of us than they were prior to us taking out the nuclear capability of Iran. You know, Iran has gone down many, many steps in terms of its fear factor. They were the bully of the Middle East, and they're really not the bully of the Middle East anymore. And Iraq was being bullied by Iran. You know, we had a president that thought it was brilliant to blow them up, and they blew them up, and all of a sudden, instead of having a power that was basically equal to Iran, they had Iran ruling the Middle East for a long period of time. But Iraq, from the day we hit them with those B-2 bombers and knocked out and obliterated, because CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't
got the
total,
caffeine
well, it
bump.
turned out it was totally obliteration. It was
It's 2
every
p.m.
single
already,
one of
man.
those missiles hit its target. It was actually amazing, but it was wiped out, totally wiped out. I will tell you, Iraq has been a much friendlier place. They talk to us. The Prime Minister actually nominated me, along with about 78 other countries, for the Nobel Prize. I'm the only one that was nominated by almost 100 countries that didn't get it. But that's okay. But I saved a lot of lives. But Iraq nominated us for the Nobel Prize, and that was a great honor. You know, we didn't expect that from Iraq. Iraq has been a much different place
It's
since
not over yet,
the
Winston.
taking out of Iran the nuclear capability. Yeah, let's get to another question.
The meeting,
Here we go.
Ukraine question.
Secretary Rubio mentioned the meeting's ongoing in Russia today. Do you have any
Good
update
Russia
from
question.
Mr.
Good
Wickler
Russia question. I love it.
on that, or when you will
Because I've been
begin?
spending too much time with you. I mean, we're spending a lot of time in here. We wanted to
Call
do
it,
this,
though, Trump. Seriously.
Very,
I mean,
you
this is
talk
going
about
so
being
long.
open and transparent. This has to be the most transparent administration in history. You know, we spent a lot of time answering your questions and giving you a lot of good, you know, good results. I mean, I think everybody here gave you good results. But no, I don't. I will have after I leave here.
Or do you hope for a breakthrough, or is it not
I
quite
don't
at
know.
that stage?
I don't know. Look, I don't know. All I can tell you is that we're trying very hard to save 25 to 30,000 people, mostly men, mostly soldiers, every month. 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers. It's impossible. That's half a stadium. Take a big football stadium. Take half of those people in a stadium, and they're wiped out. They're killed every month. It's crazy. That war is crazy. And it would have never happened with me, and it didn't happen for 4 years.
You just mentioned such potential land strikes. Can you elaborate anything on that? Are you
No.
Yeah,
No.
If they come in through a certain country or any country, or if we think they're building
Just skip this.
mills for whether it's fentanyl or cocaine. I hear Colombia, the country of Colombia, is making cocaine.
Stop,
they have
Trump.
Cocaine manufacturing plants, okay? And then they sell us their cocaine. We appreciate that very much. But yeah, anybody that's doing that and selling it into our country is subject to attack.
Okay, call it.
Necessarily just Venezuela.
Stop.
No, not just Venezuela. No, Venezuela's been very bad. Venezuela's been really
Stop.
bad in something else. Probably worse than most, but a lot of other people do it too. They would send murderers into our country. They would empty their jails into our country. They sent people into our country that we don't want. They sent their drug dealers and their drug people into our country. They sent people from their mental institutions into our country.
Oh, dude, why
and
are
we're getting
they?
them out.
Okay,
that was bad.
call it.
That
Call
was
it.
real bad.
Just-
And they also sent drugs.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tim Walz, Mr. President, do you think he should resign over
Is this
the
Tim?
fraud scandal
Tim
in the
Walz?
state?
Yes.
And
Okay,
who
they
should?
skipped it.
Tim
Okay.
Walz over the fraud scandal in the state. state?
Look, I think the man's a grossly incompetent man. I thought that from the day I watched JD destroy him in a debate.
Oh, I didn't realize
I was
mental
saying who was
institution
more
on the
incompetent,
weekly.
that man or my man? I had a man and he had a man. They were both incompetent, and I had a man and a woman. I thought she was very incompetent too, but now she's leading the field, and I think she's leading the field for the nomination. Anyway, look, that's up to them. That's up to the Democrats. You know, the problem with them is they have really bad policy. And I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want them to change it necessarily because I want to run against it, whether it's not going to be me, it's going to be somebody that's going to probably sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people running together sitting at this table, you know. But I want them to win because we've done a great job for this country, and I want that to be carried forward. And you know, I think we have a tremendous bench, really a tremendous bench. But no, I think that Walz is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him. Okay?
Good, Danny.
There's something wrong with him. And when you look at what he's done with Somalia, which is barely a country, you know, they have no anything. They just run around killing each other. There's no structure. And when I see somebody like Ilhan Omar, who I don't know at all, but I always watch her for years. I've watched her complain about our Constitution, how she's being treated badly. Our Constitution, the United States of America, is a bad place. Hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody. And I think she's an incompetent person. She's a real terrible person. But when I watch what is happening in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes or however many lakes they have, they got a lot of lakes, but this beautiful place, and I see these people ripping it off, and now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at that, Scott, I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries, too. I can say it about other countries, too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point.
Tipping point.
I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in
Dude,
garbage
this is going
into our
so
country.
long.
Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain, and do nothing but bitch, we don't
Damn.
want them in our country. Let them go back
Based.
to where they came from and
Just
fix
kidding.
it.
Kidding. This guy is. All right.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Yes! Call it. Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer, Trump. Don't answer. Just go. Just go. Just go, Trump. Stop. Stop, Trump. Don't answer. Don't answer, Trump. Call it. Cut the cord. Yeah! Woo! W on the no. Dude, no on economy, Winston. Let's go. We got no on Maduro. Everybody's telling me you got to sell your Maduro shares. You should sell your Maduro. Oh my gosh, there's risk. What if they say Maduro? What if they say Maduro? Oh my gosh, PMT, you lost $5,000 on Spotify. Are you washed? Is it over? Is it over for you? Then we go on. We make 700, almost 750 just now on Trump. We make 2,500 on the NFL announcer yesterday. We made 900 on the Sunday Night NFL Announcer. You guys realize on mention markets this week, let's see, 900 minus 200, so that's 700. Wait, yeah. Okay, 700 plus 2,500, 3,200 plus now. We're up $4,000 on mention markets 3 days into the week. 3 days in, we're up $4K. Let's all lock in. Okay, let me get a celebratory drink really quick so I get ready for. I'm staying live, by the way, because I don't know when Trump's announcement's going to be. It's probably going to be an hour, but I'll stay live. We can look at it together. I'm going to grab a drink, though. Oh, man. These past few days, man, are just pushing me to my limits. Celebratory 2 p.m. truly. I do not advise, but when I don't work a corporate job anymore and I can drink anytime I want, it's both a good and a bad thing. I think Trump cockapoo actually did fall asleep for like part of the speech. That was the longest speech ever. I mean, how long have I been live for? Have I been live for like 4 hours almost? Because that was just like crazy long. Wait, what is this article? I talked to this guy, Tolia. Let me see. It's truly a clock. It's truly a clock somewhere. This should be a great read. Read at the legendary culture trader is one of the sharpest. Semper, I'm just gonna stay live. I'll just change the name, I guess. Can I do that? Can I easily edit the name of my stream? Sharpest. Mention market traders I've honestly ever seen. His rise has been insane. And he's literally a college student, which I'll just say his rise has been insane. His rise has been insane. He's a legendary culture trader who has been in the prediction markets game for 10 plus years. At Loxy is newer to Kalshi, but no way, does it really, Cockapoo? I don't know, I'm still gonna repost it. I mean, to be fair, Cockapoo, he got completely screwed over on that. What are the plays for Trump's announcement? I don't know yet, dude. I've been sitting in this 3-hour freaking cabinet meeting. 35% yes for one big beautiful bill. I want to run the numbers on that, Danny, because like I said, like the fact that one's in front of it just makes me question it. Cauchy and because it's great for new users to learn from his shoes. He made 5K in October and is on a mission to clear 10K before end of year. Every instance, Winston? Okay, I mean, I agree with you. I'm just saying that's just what my brain would originally think to like to try to think of ways it could lose, but let me look at it. All right, is this a good post? What's the reason for second press if we... Oh, wait, that's just delayed. All right, this is good. Okay. All right. And look at that. We got these free bonds on some of these. That was fun. So what am I going to get here? 700 times 1.4. I'll get $10 there. I'll get $5 there. I'll get another $10. So we made $30 on these ones. All right, let's look at this. So this is still cabinet meeting. What? 562? How is that possible? Oh, it's just not refreshing. I think we should clear 700. Let me just make sure. Hell yeah, Nico. I'm glad for you. Good shit. Nico, don't ever feel like you need to do bigger sizes or anything. I always tell people, you guys should, if you're trying to like take this seriously and like make profit, you should start very small. Like a few dollars, you know what I mean? Something to where like you'll at least be interested in it. But there's no reason you should ever start big, because you know, you're going to make a ton of mistakes as a new user. So you should just start small, prove out that you can be profitable, right? So like turn your $100 into, you know, there's a ton of people who have crazy stories. 25 USDC, his name on Twitter was just in the chat like a couple hours ago. But that guy's a legend. He turned $25 into like tens of thousands. There's Moses, who I think turned $1 into like 50K plus twice. So you really can turn nothing into like a ton. Oh, my link in bio is expired? Oh shit. Let me update it. No way. Arc? Sorry, I'll get an updated link, Loom. Yeah, so we cleared $725, I believe, on this mention. Okay, is that right? I don't know if this is updated. Let's go though. Okay. Let's get ready for the next one. Not too bad. Only played Yes on Fentanyl today after your loss this morning. Well, Yes on Fentanyl should have been good. Got pretty cheap pre-market. Man, I'm so pumped to just like, okay, do you guys realize like we're legitimately in the golden age of mention markets? Jake was saying yesterday that they're going to do mention markets for every single NFL game Sunday. I've been averaging probably $500 maybe if you count like maybe 500, maybe, yeah, probably $500 is a reasonable estimate of my profit on all the NFL announcer markets. Like, dude, if there's like 10 of those every Sunday, are there 6 NBA mention markets? Is it under sports, Loxy? My username is same as my X handle. So it's PredMTrader. Holy shit, dude. Oh, but I can't click into it for the other games? Oh my god, I can. Oh my god, you're joking. Loxy, you're kidding me. There are 6 NBA announcer markets. You weren't joking, Loxy. We were talking about this, how I need to build out fair values for these. I have no fair values on these NBA announcer mentions. Holy shit, this is so motivating to do it, dude. 6 mentions. I can't. Oh my gosh, dude. It's like I don't even need to diversify outside of mention markets. I can make so much. Oh, I'm just so happy. Dude, having 10 NFL announcer markets Sunday too. Oh. Let's go, man. This is just like. This is like golden age. I don't know what to say. I mean, I didn't think I could get any better. Kalshi has been fucking killing it on mention markets, and the fact that they're going so hard into this is just like, oh, it just makes me so happy, man. I don't even need to do like other stuff. You have League Pass? I gotta get that. It really is like Christmas, Chip Johansson. I mean, I'm just so happy, you know? I don't need to expand outside of mentions. Like, mentions might actually become like crazy. Am I playing anything for Tennessee election? Not right now, but I'm talking to Ben today, and then Ben wants to do a stream today as well. So we're probably going to do a stream tonight for that on the Tennessee election. Holy shit, that means I'll be streaming like 8 hours today. Why is it that sometimes it's hard? Yeah, Loom, search kind of sucks. You're kind of right. Sometimes it's just like, I don't know. It's probably because they're cranking these out so fast. Like, you go under mentions and, like, for example, I can't see some of these. Hopefully they get, you know, fixed. I would love to try this. Where do I learn? Mention markets in general. I mean, I actually did write an article on mention markets. So these are both my articles I wrote. Legitimately, guys, I wrote these more in mind for like new users, but I'm being very transparent in these articles. So like, I think these are helpful. I don't think there's better information out there currently for like how to profit on mentions and whatever. Like, the truth is, I'm not going to necessarily, like, if I have secrets that I use to like do better at mentions, say I have like a latency advantage on certain things, like there are certain reproducible things I'm not going to tell you guys about, right? Because like, you know, I've invested a lot of time to like find these edges and stuff like that. But I am going to tell you, like, high level how to profit on these things. But the truth is, I'll be transparent. Like, if I have something that's very reproducible in terms of, like, a long-term edge, and if I were to, like, give it up, it's going to, like, cut into my stuff, I probably won't, like, publicize it. But I do publicize a lot of stuff. So, like, this is a great point for, like, how to profit on mention markets generally. And at a high level, what I say in here is it's a blend of transcripts, so just data mining transcripts, and then it's a blend of vibes, which by vibes, I just mean, like, you can't solely rely on transcripts, right? You have to blend in, like, current events to basically, like, the way you're going to have a huge edge in mentions is through vibes, because everybody has access to transcripts. But, like, solely using transcripts, you'll honestly be better than the average person, because so many people rely on vibes. Another big thing I would say is a lot of people will DM me, like, AI slop justifying a position. So they'll be like, I asked ChatGPT how often Trump says X word. And, you know, they'll send me something they sent ChatGPT, or like, yeah, Henry, so you know ball, you know how it is. Like, I feel the same way. Like, I watch literally every single one of his speeches because I'm a degenerate. But, you know, I just think it's a blend of two. You'll be able to have an edge if you just look at transcripts, because so many people aren't. Like, okay, I'm going to talk about a trade I did last weekend, right? So they added, the Toyota article today was a really educational read. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I talked to him over DMs for, like, the part I was talking to him about. But so going into, like, finding edges, let me just pull up RSBN. I want to make sure. I doubt this Trump thing's going to start until, like, another hour. Yeah, RSBN isn't even having it till 3 p.m. Did Roll Call already update it too? Yeah, Roll Call hasn't updated it, but it's not going to be till at least 3 p.m. Maybe, let me see if White House got different news. 2 p.m. they said media questions. Trump and Powell are my only contracts I bid on. I will say, Winston, like, I would just caution using AI, but I definitely use it to, like, help me research. But if you're not looking at any transcript data yourself and you're solely relying on AI, I would not recommend it, because AI can hallucinate very frequently and just give you bad information. Okay, but in regards to, like, finding edges in mentions, I want to give a few examples. Yeah, for sure. Use it, but trust but verify. Okay, so I loved this post, by the way, and this got 100K views because it was, like, a good rage bait engagement farm post. But so I took, all right, to give you full context, okay, Kalshi added a, by the way, my cameras, let me just move my camera, let me see. Wait, I angled it the wrong way. Oh. No. Okay. Okay, my mic's back. Okay, to give you guys some context on this. Okay, Mr. Nick, first off, before I dive in, Mr. Nick says, sounds obvious, but for me, when news drops, look where others aren't, and it can still be relevant. Example, National Guard situation. 100%. Like, what Nick just said is unbelievably accurate. I talk about it a lot. One of the best ways to trade on Kalshi is news trading. Okay? And what I mean by that is news drops 24/7, right? And obviously new information impacts the probabilities of all these events happening. So if you're very dialed into news, and especially if you're monitoring like a specific niche, it can be very profitable to just stay on top of news right when news drops, trying to be one of the first to react to that news, you know? So that's a great point by Mr. Nick. But going back to mentions, this example I'm showing here on Kick6, like I got $600, so I got 1,700 shares. I made about 1,000 or 1,100 on this. I think I might have sold out of some of it though, but I don't know. I think I made like 1,000 on this. Kick6 had only been said in 1 out of 5 of the last Iron Bowls, but so that's 20%. But I was able to buy no in the 30s, and this was just a strike that everyone would see, and you would naturally, if you know ball, if you know college football, you'd say, of course, they're going to say Kick6 because there's that famous 2013 Iron Bowl instance. But in reality, if you looked in the transcripts, if you looked in the data, it was very obvious that like this was wildly mispriced. So like I wasn't doing anything magical. And when I say like you looked in the data, you want to know what I mean by that? I literally just Googled the last 8 years of Iron Bowls. I found on YouTube the full Iron Bowl on YouTube because people had uploaded it. I ran it through a transcription service. I pulled out transcripts and I looked at what words had been said. Like, do you realize how simple that is? I'm not that smart of a person. I'm not very smart. Like, it's just, this is just dumb stuff I'm doing. But, like, anyways, I don't know. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Trump announcement. It's probably not going to start till 3. I have RSBN open. RSBN has it scheduled for 3. So I don't think this is going to happen until 3. Let's look at this. How am I not at 71K after that? Is my Ole Miss down to 2 cents? What's Bad Bunny at? Bad Bunny at 99. Mamdani, how is this at 96? It's like a bond. You're not really late, Varun. The cabinet meeting went super late, so this is going to be delayed. It won't start. I feel like it won't start until like 3:34. Okay. What will Trump say during his announcement? Okay, AP's just going to show this thing outside there. Damn, election is tanking. All right, let's look at this one. No penny jumping though, guys. So I assume this won't start till 3 p.m. I'll keep the AP stream up just in case, like, somehow Trump starts early. All right, but this is a good example of, like, handicapping a mention market live, right? Because I have not looked at this at all yet, okay? So first off, I'm going to say, what is Trump's announcement related to? I get it. It sounds dumb, but obviously, like, it's very obvious. But I think this relates to the Trump accounts that Caroline Levitt was talking about yesterday, but let me just make sure. felt like there was more value on the no sides here. Curious about your thoughts. I'm thinking Trump accounts as well. Yeah, I mean, baseline, I'm thinking Trump accounts. Trump making it known affordability is fake? What does that mean? Has the White House published anything to... Let's see, does Twitter have any news on this? Trump announcement. All right, let's see. Wow, Winston giving away alpha right now with the best streams. I'm pretty sure AP's like the only one up. By the way, anyone watching, this guy Lance Upper is unbelievably sharp. You guys should definitely follow him. This guy's been in the game for years. He's like unbelievably sharp. He just came on my feed. I love this guy. All right, AP stream is live. Yeah, it's live, but it's not like live, you know. Nothing's happening, but I have it up just in case. All right, let's see. Am I missing anything on the Trump announcement? So they think it's going to be a travel ban? Okay. Don't think it's going to be John Deere. Yeah, I think it's the Trump account too. Nick, do you have any like... Oh, wait, what? So Caroline did confirm it yesterday. That's what I assumed. I just want to make sure. Let me pull up the Caroline Levitt stream. Let's just see.
Good afternoon, everybody. I apologize for my tardiness. We had some technical difficulties, as you could see, but I think we are ready to rock, so let's get to it. I'll begin this at a record pace. Later in the afternoon tomorrow, the president will make an announcement in the Oval Office on his initiative to create Trump accounts to give the next generation of Americans a jump start on savings.
So it's 100% Trump accounts. Yeah. So I remember hearing this yesterday. I just wanted to corroborate. But yeah, it's 100% going to be on Trump accounts. Okay. So what does that mean? How do we interpret this? Let's see. Trillion feels good with Trump accounts. The White House posted a whole doc on this back in August. Let's see. Trump accounts give the next generation a jump start on savings by the White House. Biden is reliable. Holy shit. Biden is 73? What's the argument? Yeah, you're right, Winston, but a lot of the times AP is just AP is just the White House streams sometimes. But yeah, they do their own streams a lot. So AP's good. Trump accounts give the next generation a jump start on saving. The one big beautiful bill. Yeah, isn't this what like Bill Ackman was talking about? I actually think this is a really good idea, by the way, because I'm a big fan of like compounding and stuff like that. And I mean, our social security system's probably getting pretty close to being broke. So something like this isn't a bad idea to establish. Wow, so employers can give a tax-free contribution? Yeah, I think this is a great idea. Yeah, this is a great idea. I want to be that rich uncle when I'm older that can just fund all my family members' Trump accounts. What's up, Easy Beck? Do I think it will happen? Yeah. Why? Who is fighting that this won't happen? Did roll call change their? Did roll call change something? Why would this not happen? Bro, you cannot read Kalshi comments. Easy. Okay, I get. You're probably joking, but Kalshi Ideas is the last place I would ever recommend. Okay, so $1,000, yada yada. So they invest them in ETFs. That's such a good idea, dude. I actually love this. This is totally Bill Ackman, right? He was the one saying this. And then they become traditional IRAs. That's great. So it's basically just like earlier easy access to an IRA. It basically just seems like access to an IRA when you're like really young, making it easier. Which is sick, guys. If you guys don't max a Roth IRA every year, you are missing out. You don't even have to have a job. You just have to have earned income above the minimum IRA contribution. All right, given this will be about IRAs and stuff, I feel kind of bullish on you could determine on your own the allocations for 401k for the first time. What does that mean? Wealthy strike? Does Trump actually say wealthy? Before 401k was not optional for allocations. He's going to talk scripted, then talk on his own. I'm going to unmute AP. Let's see. Okay, I'm looking at the probabilities. Like, but I'll keep this market open. Yeah, I mean, wealthy can make sense. It's just kind of hard to price here. Tariff is an interesting one. Is he somehow going to talk about tariffs with this whole thing? Man, affordability is interesting. Am I live often, Michael? I am live every day. Sometimes I take weekends off because there's not a lot of events. One Big Beautiful Bill, yes, at 32 cents. Okay, I want to look at that one the most. I don't know, guys, about One Big Beautiful Bill. I am a No one can penny jump me on this, but I am not a big I'm not a bull on One Big Beautiful Bill, okay? I will say that. Easy Beck, you do what feels right for you. I do not like the strike at all. But I can be wrong many times. Look, I penny jumped an order that penny jumped me. Yeah, I mean, all we know so far, Jack, is that it's going to be in the Roosevelt room. And Caroline Levitt said, damn, dude, immediately, look at all these freaking penny jumps. I don't want to pay fees. I guess I'll get filled at 63. It's written out like that in the doc too. Interesting. I don't know, guys. I am very bearish on One Big Beautiful Bill because I just don't think he's gonna say all 4 words, but I could definitely be wrong. So, you know, don't just dump because I'm saying to dump. Use your thoughts, you know, if you trust yourself. Oh my god, dude, look how much this is fucking. I should have just bought it at 64. This is stupid to try to ever buy orders during whatever. Okay, let's look at other stuff. I'm just gonna. Let me see. There's some shares at 66. I'm not gonna keep going up. This is. Varun, what am I supposed to do? I wanted to keep streaming for this announcement. I can't. I'm sorry, Varun. I tried. All right, let's think about other strikes. Stock market. I don't know about this strike. Let's think about it. Does Trump really say the word stock market? Oh my gosh. There's already people saying it.
Seniority has his trade. Senator, this way, please.
I don't think I'll be able to get any shares in this, man. I don't know. I guess I'll just live trade it. Oh, I got filled. Hell yeah, dude. Can I get more?
Everyone, please silence your cell phones, please.
See, Varun, no complaints. I got filled. Okay, I'll keep it at 58. Just gotta remember to pull my orders as it gets closer. Move this over. Yeah, I got filled at 63. Oh, wow, Varun, 64? You friggin' tried to penny jump me? Stock market. Interesting. Could he say stock market? I don't know. There's a lot of debate on if he'll say stock market. Let me see what else. What are people talking out in the mentions disc? Trillion feels light. Wait, Mom Donnie 9 to 12 cashed? Really? Let's go. W. I shouldn't have sold out, dude. I had so much on there. All right, I guess they must have just updated. All right. Nice little win. White House might be up. Let's see. Okay. Let me just try to pull another stream up 1 second. Let me try to speed this up. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. Nice to see you again. That was a long news conference we had before, wasn't it?
Okay, orders
Yeah, but it was a
pulled.
good one. Okay. Well, thank you very much, and we're thrilled to be joined by one of the most successful business leaders and people anywhere in the country. Whether it's technology, no matter what business you're talking about, there's really nobody quite like him. He's chairman and CEO of Dell Technologies.
Oh my gosh.
Make great everything, great computers, great everything.
It's about Dell?
Michael Dell, very much of a legend, who's here
Is it
with
not going
his
to be about the accounts?
really exciting announcement. It's so amazing, and much more importantly, he's here with his wonderful wife, Susan, and they have a special relationship. I think I can say that, really. It's very nice. I don't see too much of it. I see the opposite, but I
Dell
don't see
funded
too
the
much. They have
accounts? Okay, I'm
two
stupid.
special people.
Good.
And I've seen that. I've known that for a long time, and I think it's a tremendous thing. Also, the CEO of Altimer Capital, Brad Gerstner. Where are you, Brad? Brad Gerstner is a terrific fellow who's very much involved in
Thank you,
this
everyone, for
incredible
clarifying.
thing that we're doing today, along with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Treasury Secretary, Scott Besson, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Commerce and Science and Transportation, Ted Cruz, House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith, Vice Chairman of the House Republican Conference, Blake Moore, as well as the Chief Design Officer of the United States Airbnb co-founder, Joe Gebbia. I want to thank you all for being here. It's a great group. And I guess a potential Fed chair is here, too. I don't know. Are we allowed to say that? Potential. He's a respected person, that I can tell you.
Wait.
Thank States Airbnb co-founder, Joe
What
Gebbia.
did you say about Fed chair?
I want to thank you all for being here. It's a great group. And I guess a potential Fed chair is here, too. I don't know. Are we allowed to say that? Potential. He's a respected person, that I can tell you. Thank you, Kevin.
Oh, it's
Today
gonna
is
be Kevin, dude.
Giving Tuesday.
Am I
don't know if
crazy?
anybody's
Oh
heard
my
that
gosh,
one
you can see the
before.
order book.
But it is indeed Giving Tuesday, one of
dude,
the
it's gotta
biggest
be
days of the year for philanthropy and charitable giving. And this afternoon, Michael and Susan Dell are committing to one of the largest private donations in American history, which will directly benefit the next generation of American children through the new Trump Accounts program that we created in our One Big Beautiful Bill.
Oh, he does it. One
Michael
Big Beautiful
and Susan
Bill.
came to see me along with Brad, and they said,
I got cooked.
You know, this is an idea. And I said, I think, you know, it sounded
One
so
Big
good
Beautiful Bill.
and so unique. But that's why he's been so successful, and they've been so successful
The
in
naysayers were
life
right.
and in business because they're unique.
We're out 350
Trump Accounts
there.
will be the first, I guess you could
Never
say, real
doubt,
trust
Winston.
funds for every American child, allowing family members, employers, corporations, generous donors to contribute money
don't know
that
how
will
I
be
feel about
invested and grow over the course of a child's life to be used for their benefit after they turn 18. So in other words, these are children that are going to, an investment's going to be made. That investment's going to continue to grow, we hope, right? We hope. And, but it will. And they'll feel like,
stock
they'll feel like
market
Michael
already
Dell
hit, I
someday.
guess. Oh,
But
I
at
couldn't get
18, they'll
enough.
have
I had
a lot of money, a
500
lot more
share
money
order
than
on
they would have
stock
had, and
market.
potentially a lot of money. But these accounts will track the overall stock market and will be 100% private
I'm
property
delayed,
controlled by
too.
the child's guardians. In honor of America's 250th anniversary, the Dells are announcing today that they are
way delayed.
giving 25 million American children $250 each to save and to invest in their personal Trump account. Now, that's the equivalent of $6.25 billion. In other words, to put it succinctly, Michael and Susan are giving $6.25 billion in total. And as a total
No
contribution,
trillion
that's
yet?
big stuff. I don't care who you are. That's big. Come here, give me a hand. Let me have a little of that luck rub off.
It's Kevin Hassett feet,
That's
so I think it's just
fantastic,
going to be
Susan.
Kevin Hassett.
These gifts will be
how
available
much
to
is he
the first
pumped up
25
to?
million
Still at
children aged 10 and under
81. I mean,
sign the zip codes where
I
their
don't know. I guess anything
median
could
income
happen.
is $150,000 or less. So they're giving them to children that won't be born particularly rich, and they're going to be hopefully very rich someday. This will give millions of dollars, millions of children, middle-class families a stake in American prosperity, a benefit from the rising stock market, and a better shot at the American dream. It really gives them a shot at the American dream. Michael and Susan, I want to thank you for this extraordinary act of kindness and patriotism and charity. This is truly one of the most generous acts in the history of our country. I mean, you don't hear about things like that, and we got to let people know he doesn't want and she doesn't care about that, but I do. I think when somebody does that, you got to let them know about it. As I mentioned, this gift is being made possible by the largest tax cuts in American history, which our Republican majorities passed earlier this year, and the Speaker worked so hard, and John Thune and Jason and all of them, every one of them. Ted Cruz is with us. He worked so hard getting that done. That was the biggest, most consequential bill they say
I know,
ever
that's what I'm
passed.
thinking about, Rexon, but it's
And
not
you
going to be
know,
announced
if
for a
they
while.
remember, Michael, they thought we had to put that in 12
probably
to
not gonna
14
bother.
bills.
And
They
it's
said,
already
I
at
don't know if
80.
we can hold it that long
I
with
don't know.
the Democrats. And we said, let's try doing it once. So we did, and people were surprised, but we got it done. So I congratulate you guys. Amazing job. Under that bill, the federal government will also automatically be making a one-time seed contribution of $1,000 into the tax-deferred Trump accounts for every newborn U.S. citizen, fulfilling a promise I made in the 2024 campaign. Trump accounts should grow to be worth many thousands of dollars by the time the child is 18, and even more by the time they are 20 or even 30 years old. We think it's going to be something really unique and really special. We hope many others will follow Michael and Susan's example and make their own contributions. I'll be doing it too, to the next generation, including businesses, churches, philanthropists, family members, and
I didn't even think
parents
about that. I guess
themselves.
it
I
could
think
be
we're going to have a lot
Kevin.
of
I don't know.
people, Susan, I think a lot of people are going to be contribute. A lot of
Can't
people
we
are
just
watching us
validate and
right
see
now.
who's here?
They might not be $6 billion plus, but there'll be a lot. There aren't too many people
I
that are in
know.
the 6 billion range, but there'll be a lot. A lot of friends of mine have already told me they're going to contribute a lot of money, and a lot of them are going to leave a lot of money in their wills, so that's very important. And as you watch us today, I hope you'll be doing that. Contributions to Trump accounts will also be a great benefit for employers to offer their workers, which they'll be able to do tax-free. It's tax-free. We expect hundreds of major companies to announce plans to contribute to these accounts in the coming months, and we've had tremendous interest in that regard. So the Trump accounts will be available starting on July 4th of next year. And Michael and Susan, to you again, it's an amazing act of just incredible everything. I mean, the life you've led to be able to do this, even to be able to, even a lot of people have a good heart,
Well, we know
but they
press
can't
are
give
there.
$6 billion,
So there has to
$250
be
million.
Q&A, right?
And Michael, probably knowing you, it's not the last of it either. It's not the last. But on behalf of the United States of America, I want to thank you both, and I want to thank all three. But I want to thank you both because you've been friends of mine, and it's a spectacular couple. This is really an amazing people. These are unique. And I'd like to have you come up and say a couple of words and tell us what you have in mind, because what you have in mind is good. Thank you very much.
This is the Dell CEO?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be with you here in the White House. And, you know, when
you passed the Invest America Act on July 4th of this year, we were really inspired to see that happen. And this is something that Brad had first mentioned to us in 2021. We thought it was a great idea then, and it's amazing that it happened. And we also saw that this act would become a platform. And we believe the smartest investment that we can make is an investment in children. And this act has created a platform for families and friends and communities and companies and philanthropists to contribute to these accounts to create a savings and opportunity and hope and prosperity for tens of millions of children in this country. And Susan and I are super excited to announce our $6.25 billion gift to 25 million American children, 10 and under, and our gift will cover most of the children that are 10 and under that are not part of the federal program, the 0 to 2-year-olds, and who also live in zip codes where the median income is $150,000 or less. And I have spoken with a number of other wealthy Americans, philanthropists, and we are confident that others will join us because we all understand the incredible impact that a gift like this can have on the lives of young Americans. So again, it's a great honor for us to be here to be able to announce this. When I was 8 years old, I got a passbook savings account, and I had, I think, about $8 in it. And you go to the savings and loan, and you give them a quarter, and they'd stamp your account. And I got to see the power of compound interest early in my life.
Yeah, but
and
earlier,
that
Loon,
has
he also
brought me
said he
here
had
to
already
this
picked
moment.
it.
And hopefully,
Like he said, it was down to
will
one.
inspire
But, I mean, it's Trump.
that
He
kind of
can do whatever the hell
opportunity
he
for
wants.
many more young people in this country. So again, thank you for the privilege of being here.
I got to be careful, Dustin.
Thank you very much. Susan, would you like to say something?
I'd just like to say how excited we are to be a part of this. We believe that when children have a future that they can see is worth saving for, then that will help build hope and opportunity and prosperity for generations to come. So we're so excited to be
can anyone
doing
confirm if
this
this is
and hope
Hassett
to
or
have
Warsh?
many people join in our efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. So beautiful. Brad,
Well, first, it's an incredible honor to be here, and we wouldn't be here without the passage of the Invest America Act. And everybody up here today played a role in getting that done. The Speaker, Ted Cruz, in drafting the legislation so that when the President placed the call to the Speaker and said, let's make this happen in the big, beautiful bill, Congress was ready to act. They had the legislation drafted. But I couldn't be more grateful for the friendship and the partnership of the Dells that really show the best of America. Today is Giving Tuesday, right? And the fact of the matter is, for decades, we've talked about the wealth gap. We've talked about too many people left out and left behind. This president was elected on a Main Street agenda to get the rest of America into the game. And that's exactly what this does. It gets every American child, 3.7 million children born every year, will now start life off with an investment account, seeded with $1,000. And then you're going to have great philanthropists, great Americans like Michael and Susan, who are going to add money to those accounts. We're overwhelmed with the number of companies that want to contribute to these accounts. Already companies from Uber to NVIDIA, T-Mobile to Charter Communications, Dell, et cetera, the list goes on. And every day more companies are calling us, raising their hands and saying, we want to be part of this. It's like a 401k from birth. It's a benefit for the kids of our employees, right? Major philanthropists, but I think what this is going to unlock is the power of families. Moms and dads Venmoing and Apple Paying and $5, $10.
Yeah, he did, Danny, right in the beginning.
Right? And getting these kids into the game. When we had the round table at the White House earlier this year, Dara Khosrowshahi, the CEO of Uber,
James,
said,
it's just gonna come down to
after
the
fleeing
format.
Iran at the age of 9 with nothing, he came to America because it was the land of hope. And he said what the Invest America Act does is it bottles up hope for every child in America. Whether you're in rural Mississippi or rural Indiana, where I came from, inner city Trenton or Compton, you're now in the game, right? That act alone, I think, reinvigorates the American dream. It reinvigorates the idea of free market capitalism. Too many people are losing faith in you, sir. By passing the Invest America Act and getting all these kids into the game, this is a transformational act in this country forevermore.
Yeah,
every
James,
child
I just don't know
life in the game with a piece of the American dream compounding in the upside of America. So thank you for having us here.
But the fact that there's like a one podium is kind of questionable.
I think the secretary first. I defer to the brains.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think this is a major change in philanthropy and for American working families. It is the merging of President Trump's agenda of parallel prosperity, Main Street meets Wall Street. For the next 5 years, every child born in the U.S. will get a $1,000 Trump account that will be with them and compound for the next 18 years. Treasury Department with other branches of government is going to do financial literacy, and we are going to make sure that all American families have a stake in the success of the United States of America. So every day when the stock market goes up or down, and we believe over the 18 years it will go up and families will learn the power of compounding, that it will be a game changer. People who have a stake in the system and become more and more vested in the system, they do not want to bring down the system. They want to make it better.
Yeah, that's a good buy.
So I think we will look back on today
officially
and know that these Trump accounts, they have started a new age of the capitalism and market interest for the whole country. I also think that it is a game changer, as we're seeing with Michael and Susan Bell today, that Americans are the most generous people in the history of the world, and the Trump accounts will provide a vehicle for philanthropists such as Michael and Susan and many more to contribute. And at Treasury, we are working, so Michael and Susan want to do it for children born in the past 10 years, a certain income level. As Brad said, it can be tailored, it can be to employees. It could be a philanthropist could adopt a state, they can adopt a school, they can adopt a zip code, they can adopt a street. And so we will constantly see these accounts be topped up.
Let me pull up the weekly.
For those of you on the Treasury, will be running this on the operational side. For those of you who would like to, you can go to trumpaccounts.gov today and see the homepage that has a basic outline. These will become operational on July 5th of this year. And we will have families start signing up for them. So, and that homepage will answer all the questions on eligibility and investments. And then finally, today we're here on Giving Tuesday. Michael and Susan have led the way, but I think that there's a chance that every Tuesday can become Giving Tuesday as more and more philanthropists see the power of this, of giving to American families, giving to American children, and giving everyone a stake in our great economy. So thank you very much.
I'll be brief. There's a lot of symbolism here today. Right here on the eve of the 250th anniversary of the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are the greatest nation by any objective measure. We're the most free, most powerful, most successful, and most benevolent nation that's ever been. And I think what you're seeing here is another exhibit of that.
I mean,
this idea, this vision came about because Brad and a couple of smart guys came up with this idea, and then took a few years to sell the idea to everybody. And then these visionary legislators over here, Senator Ted Cruz and Blake Moore in the House and Jason Smith, the Ways and Means Chair, really caught the vision. And we put it into the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut. We've been saying all along that was drafted to really help lower and middle class earners in America. And this is one of the great features. One of the perils of having the big, beautiful bill and having it all in there together, the president and I have talked about many times, is that there's so many great things in that legislation, we don't have enough time to talk about all of it. So we need a moment to really focus on this. Giving Tuesday is an a perfect
Trump's
time to do it. And it's absolutely perfect, I think, that July 5th becomes the operational date right after the nation's birthday. So what we're going to see here is a model that I don't think anyone has done anywhere in the world. They wouldn't have the capability to do it. They wouldn't have philanthropists and great Americans with big hearts like this who've earned their way and really fulfilled the American dream. And they have a vision and a desire for more and more people to do that. And so now more and more Americans will. It kind of evens the playing field in a way, right? And everybody has an opportunity. So we're just excited to be a part of it, grateful to the vision, grateful to a president who leads from the front, who understands the potential of something like this. And this will be one of the many marquee achievements of the Trump administration. This will be one that people remember for a long, long time. And I think it can change the country. So thanks, Mr. President. Thanks, Brad, all of you for being a part. Thank you to the Dells. Really amazing. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you.
Kevin?
Ted, please.
Who's this? Ted Cruz? Ha! Wow.
Well, I want to congratulate
Did anyone
all the men and
expect
women
Ted
up
Cruz?
here. And Mr. President, I think objectively on the merits, the case can be made that there has never been a president who's had a greater positive impact on the children of America than you have. And in particular, in this one big, beautiful bill, I think the two most long-lasting and far-reaching provisions are, number one, the school choice provision.
We got killed
that
on
you
Biden
signed into
once
law
together.
that is going to unleash tens of billions of dollars to scholarships to low-income kids all over the country and is going to change the lives of millions of kids. And the second provision is this provision right here, the Trump accounts. These Trump accounts, starting on July 4th, every child in America will have a personal investment account opened for them. Newborn children will have it seeded with $1,000. Parents and family and employers can contribute up to $5,000 a year in a tax-advantaged account. That money will be invested in the S&P 500 in the stock market, broad-based equity index account. Two massive benefits that
even our
change this
government
country.
supports
Number
index
one,
funds.
every child in America will experience the benefits of compound growth. Take a little girl born next year. She's born next year. She has the account opened for her. $1,000 is automatically seeded. Her parents or family or an employer puts $5,000 a year each year into that account. If you assume the historic rate of growth of the S&P 500, which is 7% a year, by the time that little girl is 18, she will have $170,000 in that account. And if she keeps saving, by the time that little girl is 35, she will have $700,000 in that account. That is game-changing, and we're not talking the children of Michael and Susan Dell, the children of Donald Trump, the children of people of great success. We're talking the kids of a single mom waiting tables who could have $700,000 saved by the time she's 35 to get an education, to start a business, to buy a house.
I don't think that's a bad play,
that
Ryan.
Changes their whole lives. But the second benefit, and what
Is it
I'm
really
really
getting
excited
that low?
about, is we are creating a new generation of capitalists. Every child in America is going to be an owner of the biggest
How is this
employers
flipping
in
so
this
much?
country. We've all seen the sad statistics of how many kids are losing faith
Does
in
someone have
capitalism.
an edge on like when this?
Well, 10 years from now, a little boy is going to pull out his phone and he's going to look at his app
I should have just.
and
hit
he's
all
going to
those
see
things.
his Trump account. And instead of thinking of big, bad, scary corporations, that little boy is going to say, I own $50 of Apple. I own $100 of Dell. I own $75 of McDonald's. And every child is an owner of the biggest employers in this country. That will transform this country. Mr. President, thank you for signing it. Let me say, Brad, this would not be a law if Brad Gerstner did not pursue it with
I could've just gotten no
absolute
at 30.
dogged
What the hell just
determination,
happened?
relentless. I've gotten calls and texts from Brad at 6 a.m. and at 2 a.m.
Trump
you may
has
sleep
talked,
less than the
James.
president,
He
Brad,
talked in
and
the
and
beginning.
that is a remarkable thing because I don't think he sleeps at all. And finally, I'll just say to Michael and Susan, incredible Texans, $6.25 billion is extraordinarily generous.
Did they
Let me
really say monthly or they
on
meant
behalf of
annually?
25 million kids who just got a gift from Michael and Susan, and it's not a gift
What do you mean,
of a
Ryan?
video
That's the
game.
best
It's not
part.
a gift of a bicycle. It's an investment in their future. That changes their lives, and I hope and believe Michael and Susan are going to inspire millions across the country to do the same thing. When Congress passed Section 401k of the ERISA, I don't know that anyone realized how much it would change retirement plans. There's now trillions of dollars in 401k plans. They're going to be trillions of dollars in these. These are 401ks for kids. And Mr. President, these Trump accounts exist because you signed them. Thank you for your leadership. It's an honor to work with you.
Perfect. Thank you. First, I would just want to thank Michael.
It looks like
and
Trump
Susan,
is getting ready to
for the
talk
kind
again,
gift.
so I
What-
feel like he's gonna.
What you all have done will be transformational for 25 million kids. And a lot of people we can thank for the provisions in this big, beautiful bill, but there is no one to
somebody's
thank
already ahead of
greater
me.
than President Donald Trump. And I'll tell you this, out of every executive I've ever worked with, there's no one that's been more engaging, no one that has been more involved. And the only reason why these investment accounts are in the big, beautiful bill is because he helped convince other members of Congress that this is a good idea. This has been something that has been discussed for a long time, but no one could ever get it passed. But who helped get it passed was Donald Trump. I can tell you that from day one throughout the process. And so that's going to affect millions of kids in their futures.
Thank you. I was not planning or prepared to speak today, but the gravity of the situation is not lost on me. I have 4 boys of my own, 13 and under, and on the heels of a $6 billion announcement, I hope that that doesn't go without some major headlines, that I will be making an announcement of my own that I will be contributing $60 to each one of my children's accounts today. Actually, to try to bring some levity to that, every parent, every grandpa and grandma can now look and say, I can get my grandkid this little toy or something, and maybe that's going to continue to happen. But there is a new option and another way for them to be able to invest and have a lasting legacy. And as a dad of 4 kids, seeing kids in our neighborhood, them to have that opportunity is something that not every day in Congress, as I've joked with my colleagues, is the most productive day in my career. But to be able to be a part of something like this is, it makes everything worthwhile. I'm away from my kids a ton in this job, and being able to be a part of something like this, a small part that I played, is something that is transformational, and I'll be able to look back on this and be so grateful for this opportunity that I've had to be able to serve in Congress. Thank you so much. I appreciate the chance to be here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would anybody have a question? Michael, Susan, Brad?
Oh, wow.
Please.
Yeah, one for you too. If you could, did either of you say you're donating how much? First question. And Mr. President, is there an educational value to this in terms of not just the money in the account? What can kids learn in this account?
Well, I think they can learn a little bit about the free enterprise system, they can really learn a lot about how life works, how business works. They want to go out and make a living for themselves, because maybe it's going to be a lot more than we think, or maybe it's not going to be quite as much as we think, depending on what happens with the world and the market. We'll try and do very well in that regard too, but there's a lot of learning to be done, and I think this is a big step forward.
And your reaction, did either of you say, you're donating how much?
Yeah, we already said it. It's $6.25 billion.
No, I mean, with the reaction between the two of you. Someone came up with the idea.
Oh, sure. Oh, well, so we kind of started with a smaller amount, to be honest. And we started talking about Texas only at the beginning. And
yeah, it could be
right. And then we thought about it some more, and we thought
got
about
pretty excited about the idea.
Yeah,
it's just
and
like
we
they're
went back
clearly
and
taking
forth,
questions, so I
as we
think
do on
anything
these
can
things,
happen.
and we
Got
ended
more
up
and more excited, and next thing you know,
this is where we ended up. So, but
The
a
number kept
lot
climbing.
of discussion
trillion
and
gets
consideration over a long period of time.
Yeah.
to
I mean,
to
we
come to this.
believe
And
this
we feel
is
great about it.
the greatest investment that we could possibly make is in children, and we've been investing in children for over 26 years with our foundation.
Yeah, and you know, there are 30 states already that require at least one semester of financial literacy, and hopefully all 50 states will
Could he somehow
do
like
that.
wiggle in tariff
And,
with the
you know,
tariff dividend?
As children begin to understand that they have these accounts, that creates a real need for our schools, our parents, our community organizations to really begin to grow financial literacy in the country, which can only be a good thing.
It's really an amazing moment that two people would do that kind of a contribution. I mean, it's just an amazing moment. And it shows you there's a tremendous heart in great entrepreneurs. He's a great entrepreneur. They're both great entrepreneurs because he probably wouldn't have done it without you, to be honest. That's the way it often works. And I know this relationship so well. There could be a lot of truth to that. But it shows you that there's a big heart in some pretty tough people. He's a tough cookie, but he's got a very, very warm spot. And what you've done, I don't think it's going to be talked about for a long time. It won't be forgotten. Thank you, sir.
May I ask a question? Thank you, sir. My question is about the logistics or the administration of the program. You obviously want to help poorer children. How will you help families perhaps who don't have access to computers or internet at home to make this program a reality?
Do you want to maybe answer that question?
Sure. And please speak in the microphone if you don't mind.
Well, first, Treasury, as the Secretary talked about, is going to be administering the program.
Yeah, Winston's been
and
on
we
a
should just say that Luke Pettit, the Assistant Treasury Secretary, has just done an extraordinary job with the Secretary in what I think will be the biggest consumer launch in the history of government. 60 million accounts are going to get created next year. And these accounts are going to be, you know, promulgated. All parents are going to have to do is to claim the account. So if they have access to an Android phone or a public library to go to a computer and gain access, they can claim that account. And whether they claim it or not, the account is going to continue to compound. So they don't have a deadline by which they have to claim the account. There's time, right? And there's going to be a lot of resources. Think about this. Kids in school, we're going to have schools engaged, helping to tell them that they need to claim their accounts, to educate them, et cetera. We're going to run a big public campaign around this. So we're just getting started. Today is day one. This is an extraordinary contribution, but it's the beginning of a drumbeat you're going to hear for the next 6 months leading up to the 250th anniversary of the country. I don't think there's anybody in the country who won't have heard about this by the time we get to July 4th of next year. And we're going to make sure, listen, we know that wealthy families have access to 529 accounts, right? This is an opportunity, and the instruction was, how do we get the 50 million other families into the game? This is the first time we've done that because we're auto-creating these accounts for every child at birth, and so we're going to be very focused on making sure that every family entitled to get one of these accounts is able to claim it and get it.
Daniel, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. These programs seem to create an opportunity for parents to create unprecedented financial security for their children, sir. Do you believe that these accounts will be a big part of your legacy when everything goes down? We've heard talks about you make legacy as a peacemaker, but this is a really, really big deal.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do think so, and I think it's a big part of everybody up here today. This was a group that was very instrumental. And
Trump's going to ramble here hard.
Obviously, Michael and Susan, it's a big part of their legacy. You know, they've got a big legacy anyway, but this is maybe going to be as important or more important than anything they've done thus far. It's, you know, looking back in 100 years from now, I think you're going to see some things that are they'll be talking about this very day. So thank you for that question. Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. These accounts were originally discussed as a way to incentivize people to have more children. Are there any other policy proposals you're looking at like this to encourage the birth rate to increase?
Well, we are looking at programs. We're looking at, there's a certain Australian plan that people are liking and they're talking about. You know what I mean? There's a plan where, not for children necessarily, but it's for people, working people. And we are looking at other things different from this. I think this is very unique, but different from this, but very important, yeah.
You mean the Australian retirement savings program?
Say it.
You mean the Australian retirement
That's
savings
what they're
program?
talking about. Yep, we're looking at it very seriously. It's a good plan. It's worked out very well. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you talk about what tax benefits these accounts come with? The information sheet that we just received said that when a child turns 18, they'll be treated like traditional IRAs and subject to a 10% withdrawal tax.
Really
Can you speak to when her children
Sure.
be able to access these funds?
They can access them when they're 18, or they can convert them to an IRA at that time. During the 18 years, parents or employers can donate with the tax deduction up to $5,000 into each account, and then philanthropists, like Michael and
will I regret
Susan,
this?
can add an unlimited amount to the
We are on
accounts.
Biden, no.
So,
I have been
$5,000
burnt by
from
this so
employees,
many times.
there are families, and then gifts from foundations and philanthropists can be an unlimited amount.
Mr. President, you said that you have been talking to your wealthy friends, as well as you, Mr. Dell, about contributing. Can you walk us through maybe who you've been talking to and how much more we can expect on top of
I think the
contributing?
people you probably would think I would be talking to, there's a group of people out there that have been very successful, and we've already started talking to them. You know, we're doing ballrooms, we're doing AUKs, we have a thing that's being planned that's going to be a great tribute to the country, as you know. You probably heard about it. The ARC that we're looking at by the bridge near Arlington, there's going to be something.
this
We're doing
question, weave
some
it,
other
Trump.
things for Washington itself and for the country itself. But a lot of the people that have, gone in and done a real job with that. The ballroom, I think Michael and
How does
Susan,
he
the next
answer
time we
this
meet,
question with
well,
the
I think
ballroom?
hopefully we'll meet before then, but we're going to have a big
He's
event over in the
exhausted,
ballroom
Ryan,
to
yeah.
celebrate this. We're building a ballroom that they've wanted at
How
this
is he answering this with the
beautiful
ballroom?
White House
Did
for
anyone listen to what
150
the
years.
actual
They've wanted it
question
so
was?
badly.
How
Right
is
now
he
we can
talking
hold
about the
109
ballroom?
people if you're lucky in a room. It's a beautiful room, but it's 109 people, and we're building something. You see the trucks in the back. You see the clanging, the banging, and when it's completed, it'll be one of the greatest ballrooms anywhere in the world. It's going to be amazing. So people that were involved in that process, I have a lot of friends with a lot of success, and every one of them, I would be shocked if anyone turns us down. We're going to have a lot of big contributors, Jeff.
On a separate topic, if I may, sir, you had a call with Brazil's President Lula today. Can you tell
I
us
did.
what you discussed?
Yeah, we had a great talk. We talked about trade. We talked about sanctions, because, as you know, I sanctioned them, having to do with certain things that took place.
Damn it.
But we had a very good talk. I like him. Very good. We had some good meetings, as you know, but we had a very good talk today. Yes, I did.
Dude, he's exhausted. Listen to how he's answering.
Honduras, and he was released from prison
I
yesterday.
did. Well, he was the president, and they had some drugs being sold in their country, and because he was the president, they went after him. That was a Biden horrible witch hunt, which was, a lot of people in Honduras asked me to do that, and I did it. I feel very good about it. If you have some drug dealers in your country and you're the president,
man? I
you
will
don't
never take
necessarily
no
put
Biden
the president
again.
in jail for 45 years. That was a Biden-inspired witch hunt.
Did his letter impact your decision on
Yeah,
that, sir,
please,
from
go
Mr.
ahead.
Stone?
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Varun, I'm sorry. It was such a good spot
your
there.
decisions, recent decisions to Syria renewed many hopes for the Syrian people. And now the minorities in Syria, like Kurds,
Syria,
Christians, and Jews, they once
Somalia.
U.S. helped them to have some sort of autonomy and their rights being protected in the Syria. How do you
We're going to
feel?
give them help, and I think Syria's come a long way. The new leader of Syria was here, as you know, 3 weeks ago, and he was really into making that country, bringing
Dude,
the country around. Not an
dead, like he
easy
was gonna
job.
call it early. And
Not an easy job. It's centuries
Is he
of
gonna just
problems.
go crazy on
But
this?
I think he's going to do a good job. I mean, I have a lot of confidence in him. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
In the broader context of the economy with these childhood investments, we just saw the biggest Black Friday in history, up 4.1% from last year, $26 billion. Kevin told me about that. We also saw that they're going to spend $1 trillion on Christmas this year, $1 trillion, increasing 4.1%. 25 states, gas is below $3, a handful below $2.50 and getting better. Energy policy matters. The economy
I like this
guy. And timing matters.
Who are you with?
Real America's Voice.
That's what I heard. That's what
But
I
timing
like it
matters.
very much. Keep talking.
So if you invest in these children now, the
I'll pick up
economy is
some
better, the
inflation.
economy is better for the children, right? We're in a pretty good spot right now.
Well, I do, and I appreciate it. No, we have an amazing thing. We have over almost $20 trillion of investment coming in. I don't even know if you know that. 20 trillion, that's a lot
Wish
by
I could've
any
gotten
standard,
more.
right? But
Yeah, it was a great
Biden,
spot.
as an example, I say this, his administration over a 4-year period had much less than $1 trillion. And we're
Say
up
Biden
to 18,
inflation.
I guess, right now, Scott, about 18 trillion in 10 months.
Say Biden
And there's
inflation.
never been a country, China,
Oh,
no
gosh, is
country
this
has ever
hottest?
done anything even close to that. Even if you figure 20% of that, no country's done 20%. And it's because of tariffs and and I think because of November 5th, the election day. But we have now under construction, I guarantee you're expanding a lot of your different places, right?
I'm so
Fidel?
cooked
But
on
we have.
this. Why do I ever buy nose?
Places
This is
like
so
that. We have
stupid.
car companies. We have AI coming
he
in
not
at
gonna
levels.
weave in
Nobody's ever
inflation
seen
at
anything
least?
like it. It's amazing. And this,
Oh
all
my
of
God,
these
I played this
places,
so
hundreds and hundreds of plants, thousands. They're going to be opening, and they're going to be producing a lot of success, a lot of jobs. And I say it all the time. The king of Saudi Arabia said to me a year ago, he said, 1 year ago, your country was dead.
Yeah.
And
Oh my gosh,
now
hottest.
you got the hottest country anywhere in the world. And that's what we have. And
I
it's
tried
one
to
of the
get
reasons
hottest. I had a
Michael's
limit
able
up.
to do this. It's one of the reasons I'm able to be here and, having really run a very successful campaign. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions.
How does
We
he not
won,
say inflation? Can he
the
please just say
districts, I'll tell you, the
inflation?
district vote is the most impressive. 2,750 compared to 550.
1 cent
That's some
inflation.
difference. And we just had a tremendous election and a tremendous vote of confidence. And thank you very much for that question. Thank you.
Mr. President, if enough conservative lawmakers say they won't extend ACA subsidies, will you make a deal with Democrats?
Thank you, Press.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Press.
will you make a deal with Democrats on ACA subsidies?
Thank you, Mr.
I like to end with that question.
Expand the travel ban, Mr. President.
Oh. I got cooked on this one. How does he not even say inflation there, dude? I could have came back a little on inflation. There goes everything I just made on the other mention. I played that terribly. I wanted to buy cheap yeses. Wow. I am so washed. I played that so bad. It was so obvious to buy cheap yeses because he was going to take questions. Stuff was getting so cheap. Yeah, what is going on with Dead Country? Did he not say it?
Now, the economy, the better the economy is better for the children, right? We're in a pretty good spot right now.
Sure. Well, I do, and I appreciate it. No, we have an amazing thing. We have over almost $20 trillion of investment coming in. Biden as an example, and we intend anything protection, expand anything like in hundreds. Success, the hottest country. Reasons I'm able to be here. And,
country
having
that's dead.
Really run a
Okay.
very successful.
Dude, I can't believe I played this so poorly. This should have been some serious profit, dude. This was so obvious to just buy cheap yeses because after the prepared remarks, like stuff got so cheap. I got some trillion at 32. I'm just upset at myself because that's what I was. I can't believe I just bought nose. All right, but we got more tomorrow. Yeah, our country was dead. Good play, go-go party time. Man, I played that poorly. That had so much potential. I just got to live trade these more, man. I mean, the fills some of you guys were probably getting on these. Live trading them. Okay, I'll DM you, Loom, for a new link. I'll put a new one in my bio. Here, I'll do that right now. How do I do that? Let me find out. Let me get a link. Okay, let me edit the link in my. Z3V. Okay, I just updated the link loom in my Twitter bio. So it'll have the updated link. He mentioned tariff. I heard it. I think Spotify Rap will for sure be tomorrow. I mean, all the assets already came out. Yeah, I agree, Ryan, on the trillion price. Yeah, for sure, Ryan. I'm always open. Well, man, what is this, a 4-hour stream? I'm starving. I'm so upset I didn't print on this one, though. I live traded this so terribly. Unbelievable. James, no, there's no way it's over. You just got to write it off. Don't be like dwelling on stuff. All right. I will probably be back maybe tonight, actually, to do an election stream because Ben was wanting to do one because the Tennessee special election's tonight. So, no, I mean, I wouldn't bond Kevin Hassett for Fed chair. I mean, I don't know. It's up to you. Elections aren't appointments aren't my specialty. But yeah, it's pretty bullish what he said. But like Trump can flip anything, on a whim. But thanks for tuning in, guys.